A family member of Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is being deported.
Good. Her name is Bruna Ferreira, and she's the mother of Caroline's brother's 11-year-old son, but Caroline claims she hasn't spoken to her in years.
Yeah, and according to the prediction market Kalshi, Caroline has one of the lowest odds in the administration of leaving, so she is a favorite of Trump's, and by all means, this feels targeted.
Caroline is literally the godmother of Bruna and Michael's son. If anything, this shows no one's above the law, but let's get into the details.
Sure, so Bruna came to the United States in 1998 at age 6 to join her parents after being raised by her grandmother in Brazil.
Oh yeah, she came on a tourist visa, which she obviously overstayed, which is illegal.
Bro, she was 6, which is why she was able to get a work permit in 2012 under DACA. And after growing up in the U.S., she started 2 businesses, a cleaning service, and a Brazilian bikini shop.
You said that a little too happy, but DACA just offers temporary protection, and she never became a permanent legal resident, which is why she is now subject to deportation.
And that's just cruel. But then you hear about the details about how Bruna and Caroline's brother Michael fell in love at a nightclub, got engaged, and had a baby together, and then they broke up. And since then, it's been a rocky relationship where Bruna claims Michael in the past threatened to get her deported, and now his sister certainly has the power to influence that.
Bruna's being treated just as anyone else would be, and she's not exactly the model mom. In 2022, Bruna's mom picked up her son without Bruna knowing and returned him to Michael because Bruna left the kid with a strange man in a rundown house with rotten food in the fridge and trash piled up.
Okay, there's 2 sides to every story. Bruna claims she left her son with a babysitter at a house she was a caretaker of while she was doing another job interview. She never faced charges for that or anything. Meanwhile, Michael Leavitt is the one who has 2 underage alcohol possession charges, a disorderly conduct charge, and a DUI at 19.
Okay, I mean, those were all when he was young. Bruna is the one who, 1, is here illegally, and 2, has a previous arrest for battery.
Bro, she never faced charges for that and had the case dismissed. She was 16, and it was over an $8 dispute outside of Dunkin' Donuts. But since this whole debacle started when Bruna was arrested on November 12th on the way to pick up her son from school, the White House has been trying to downplay her relationship with Caroline and paint Bruna as a bad mother with all these nonsense one-sided stories. It's just cruel.
They've just been sharing their perspective, and look, Bruna is still in custody under normal removal proceedings. She is being treated like any other person here illegally would be treated. You get your process, but you don't get to make a foolery of her immigration laws.
Well, now we have another 11-year-old boy who is an American citizen who is without his mother, who is about to be sent to a country she hasn't been to since she was 6.
Oh, are you arguing that we should start making exceptions whenever someone has a sad story? That's not how the law works. I'm sorry, bud.
I mean, I just think we're living in such a merciless time where even a Leavitt now may grow up without his mother because of this ruthlessness.
No one is above the law, even if you have relations to the press secretary.
I think it's the opposite.
Okay, so this is another example of what the media does, specifically media on the left and left-leaning media. So as you can see, CBS says that this is a US citizen and she's being detained. And it's because she wouldn't comply with ICE and identify herself. Again, as I said before, if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. But what CBS doesn't tell you is that she was in her boyfriend's vehicle, who is in the country illegally. And that is why the vehicle was stopped. So she's in her boyfriend's car, who's in the country illegally, who does not have documents to be here. He's not here legally. And then when they stop her, she refuses to comply with them. What did you think was going to happen? But also I find it interesting that CBS did not note any of those things. They just noted that she's a US citizen, and look how it started. Because you also have to remember this, on TikTok, the vast majority of people do not watch the whole video. Your watch time is very high at the beginning of the video, and then it drops off over time. So more people saw them detaining a US citizen than anything else. Later in the video, to CBS's credit, it does say that she wasn't complying, so she got detained for not showing her license. Again, but what they don't tell you is she was in her boyfriend's vehicle who's an illegal in this country. And that's why the traffic stop happened. They don't tell you that part. So if you see people trying to spread this video saying this is what they're doing to US citizens, make sure that they understand the context. She didn't comply with ICE. She should have complied and identified herself. And her boyfriend is in the country illegally, and that was his vehicle. So anyway, just a reminder, I have a free email newsletter I send out every morning, and then every once in a while I also send out updates about specific topics, kind of in-depth dives explaining topics in more detail. My newsletter is a good tool to have just to kind of keep you up to date with things that are going on in the country and around the world. So the link's on my profile. Just go to my profile, click the link. You'll see the screen right here. Drop your email in, hit subscribe, and you'll be good to go. And I want to thank the over 150,000 of you who are already on the newsletter. It's great to have you there. So anyway, that's all I got for now. We'll see you in the next one.
All right, and shout out to that brother on TikTok. Shout out to Jeffrey, and we are live, by the way. And this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's engagement with the press after the Kennedy Center honors. Now, let's go ahead and get right into it, and then we're going to get into a complete media analysis because there's a lot to get into today. So let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
She looks fantastic.
Done so well. You know, we've raised a tremendous amount of money tonight for the building itself and for charities overall, and we're really happy. It's been you see the way it's been received. It's been like it's never been before. And this building, this beautiful building, is going to be brought back to life. We've already started, and it'll be better than it was from day one.
Do you think these honors represent storytelling of American legends? What do these honorees represent to you tonight here at the Kennedy Center?
Well, we have great honorees. This is a group that really is unique. I think it's one of the, look, over the years I've been watching, and you've had some wonderful honorees, but I think this is really very much unparalleled. So we're going to see how it turns out. I think it's going to be a great evening.
And First Lady Melania, can I ask you about your upcoming video?
And shout out to Trump for getting about what, 23 million in donations for this center, twice as much as Biden got. But seeing that Trump is linked in with all the billionaires, it makes sense.
Can you tell us anything about your film?
My film will be out on January 30th. So I'm looking forward to it, and I hope people will come and see it. It will be 20 days in my busy life before inauguration.
We look forward to seeing that. And what does tonight mean to you? You have celebrated the arts and design as part of your journey. Tell us what tonight means to you here at the Kennedy
Well, it
Center.
really means we're bringing back the capital, Washington, D.C. If you look back a year ago, it was a very unsafe place. Beautiful, but unsafe, but it wasn't properly kept. It was not in good condition. Now it's in very good condition. And as you know, crime has been brought down to a level that nobody's ever seen here before. So
Since Trump brought in the National Guard, crime has went down dramatically, substantially, and they started cleaning up the city. So, hey, you get a crime-free city, and they're cleaning up as well. Now, there's people who say, oh, they're the National Guards, what are they doing? And I'm just like, well, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. Of course, protecting and serving the citizens of the United States of America, from domestic and foreign. And what can I say? I guess the trash on the ground is a domestic terror. Okay, I'm just playing. But let's be honest, though. The National Guard is showing up in D.C. and places like Memphis. We have seen great improvement in the crime there.
very proud of that. Thank you very much.
Do you think, Mr. President,
What do you think of the Netflix Warner Brothers deal?
Trump Kennedy Senator, Mr. President,
Say
do you think the center will eventually be named the Trump Kennedy
I
Center?
don't know. I hear that, but I don't know. That's not up to me. That's up to the board. The board makes that decision. We have a very prestigious board. If you look at the names, I don't think there's a board like it. So that would be up to the board. Thank you.
Are you willing to take a foreign policy question?
Say it?
Foreign policy question?
Well, I think maybe not tonight.
Russia, Ukraine?
This is about the Kennedy Center.
Okay.
Thank you.
What about Netflix and Warner Brothers?
Well, that's got to go through a process, and we'll see what happens. It's Netflix, a great company, and they've done a phenomenal job. Ted is a fantastic man. I have a lot of respect for him, but it's a lot of market share. So we'll have to see what happens.
President Trump, who's on your list for next year?
Yeah, there is a worry of it being a monopoly because seeing that, well, Netflix is a very large entertainment provider of television shows and also other things. But the problem is with them buying Warner Brothers, they would take up more of the market, and people are a bit afraid of that. So people are going like, oh, I don't know if we want Netflix to go over to Warner Brothers. It looked like we might create another type of monopoly situation. And in my eyes, I'm like, well, if you weren't willing to break up Meta, trust me, you should probably not be too worried about Netflix.
Kennedy Center honors event.
I looked at a list today. I can't tell you that yet, but a lot of people want to be on my list. You'd like to be on the list.
I don't know about that, but I have a question for you, Mr. President. How have you prepared to host tonight?
Well, maybe I haven't prepared. Maybe you want to be a little bit loose. If you look at the great hosts, Johnny Carson, Bob Hope, those are the greats. If you look at the not so greats like Jimmy Kimmel, he was just terrible. But no, I think you want to be just loose and Not a lot to prepare for, really.
I've been
You have to be- You know what you have to be? You have to be yourself.
I've been asking your cabinet tonight, is this going to be more Johnny Carson or Don Rickles?
Well, Don, I knew them both, and they were both great guys and friends of mine. Both difficult, very difficult, but great. I mean, I was really very close to both of them. You can't compare them. They were very different.
Why did you want
But
to?
Johnny Carson for hosting was top of the line.
President Trump, Jesse Waters has a question for you. What was your favorite moment of 2025? It was a big year.
I think when Jesse Waters interviewed me,
Holy.
it was such a phenomenal interview. He's a great guy, and you're a great guy. You're doing a very good job out there. I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Who is on your naughty list this year?
Oh, that's
Probably Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she just came out with a 60-minute interview that we will be watching, even though they will copyright strike me at the end of the stream. It is what it is. We're still going to watch it because I need to see what she's talking about. Because like I said, they're talking about it's a whole tell-all situation. I'm wondering what she's talking about. So we'll get into that right after this.
a long list. I better not tell you it's not a problem out there in the world. No, we have a pretty big naughty list, but our country is doing well. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And a year ago, we were a dead country. We were a dead country that was laughed at all over the world. We're the hottest country in the world.
What would be the
And Jesse
implications?
Waters is terrific.
What are you
What
getting
would be
the
the
first lady?
implications, Mr. President, of the Supreme Court overturning your authority on the tariffs, the emergency authority? What would be the implications for the economy and for the country?
Well, we have a right to go a different form of tariffs. We have a right to go licensing. We have a right to go other ways. But the form of tariffing, as we call it, the current form of tariffing that's before the court gives us great national security, more than anything else, because it allows the president to act quickly and effectively, swiftly, and make a decision. And as you know, I ended 8 wars. We're trying to end a 9th, and we thought this would be maybe one of the easier ones. We just did Rwanda and Congo, and that was going on for 30 years.
Now, Trump is making a pretty good point with the tariffs. Like, not only has he been able to bring back industries that are a matter of national security, I think one of the main ones is like pharmaceutical and, of course, protecting our steel industry, but he's also been able to, well, I would say, actually, I do want to actually hear what he said again. Hold on.
8 wars.
Oh, he's also been able to settle conflicts using tariffs. He's also been able to get countries to pull out of certain investments. Like he got India to stop buying Russian oil due to hitting them with a 25% tariff. I mean, so he's been able to get his way out of countries through these tariffs, not just through ending conflicts and having them back out of certain investments, but I mean, of course, also bringing them to the table when it comes to trade.
Trying to end a 9th, and we thought this would be maybe one of the easier ones. We just did Rwanda and Congo, and that was going on for 30 years. The Russia-Ukraine, I thought was going to be a little bit easier, but it's not being made easy. It's a very tough war, very nasty. 27,000 people died last month, mostly soldiers. I will say that I really think this is really a night of joy tonight because of what's happening with this building. It's going to be fantastic when you see the end product. It's going to be better than it was new, and I think we'll celebrate that. But I will say that our country is doing really well.
Some Republicans have expressed concern about.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Using the tariffs, the revenue for a dividend, saying we should be paying down the national debt.
Well, we will.
What's
I
your
agree with
thought
them on
on
that, but I also think that, we're making so much money with tariffs that we'll also be able to make a nice dividend to middle-income people. We're talking about middle-income and lower-income people. We're not talking about dividends to rich people. But there's so much money being made from the tariffs, and countries that were taking advantage of us for many, many years are not taking advantage of us anymore. We're taking in tremendous amounts of money from countries that we were losing lots of money to. And you know what? They're okay with it. They're not complaining. They're not complaining about the tariffs. They'd rather not have them, but they're not saying there's anything wrong. And the big thing is in the court, we have tremendous flexibility with the current system. It's unbelievable for national security. I've ended 8 wars, largely because of trade and because of tariffs. If we go the other tariff route,
And let's be honest, the Trump actually has a pretty good argument in the Supreme Court, because I remember one of the best arguments that Trump team had was that, so, and this is what they said to the other side, or the guys who want to get Trump's tariffs taken down. They pretty much asked them like, yo, so you're telling me the president can impose an 100% embargo on a country, but he can't impose a 1% tariff? And sadly, the defense for literally had to give in and say, well, yeah, that's pretty much what we're saying. It sounded ridiculous. It's like, so you're telling me we can give them a way harsher punishment, but we can't just water that down with a tariff. You tell me we can impose 100% embargo, but can't do 100% tariff. That's what you're literally saying that's the president can do. So it's a pretty weak argument that they're having against Trump's tariffs right now.
there are other routes we can go, but it won't give you the same pure national security as this one. This one is swift and very powerful.
Mr. President, what's the next step in Russia-Ukraine talks? What's your next step in Russia-Ukraine talks after last week's negotiations?
So we've been speaking to...
I'm weak. This man just said no political conversation, like no political questions. And, well, here he is with a political question. So shout out
to President Putin, and we've been speaking to Ukrainian leaders, including Zelensky, President Zelensky. And I have to say that I'm a little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago.
Really? That's strange, because he's probably got Europe in their ear trying to see if they can. Well, Europe is probably trying to convince Zelensky that it can get them a better deal, but that's actually impossible. And the problem with these peace talks is that while Russia is currently still taking land, still bombing Ukraine, striking missiles even in Kiev, so Ukraine is actually on a very thin rope here. It's like they're barely hanging on. And Russia is now starting to take more land in, well, shorter time.
His people love it, but he hasn't. Russia's fine with it. Russia, I guess, would rather have the whole country when you think of it. But Russia is, I believe, fine with it, but I'm not sure that Zelensky...
I mean, of course, Russia's fine with it. Let's be real. Like, if you actually read that peace deal, I mean, it gives Russia that 20% of Ukraine that's going to be de facto Russia. They get let back into the G8. We're about to establish open trade with them. We're about to give them everything they ever wanted and more, while Ukraine pretty much loses land, got to stick with the fact that they lost hundreds of thousands of people in a useless war against Russia that they were never going to win. So the only thing that works out for the Ukrainian people is that it stops and that some of the Russian assets are going to be used to rebuild Ukraine. Other than that, this has been a complete failure on NATO and Ukraine, and us as well for even supporting it.
Zelensky's fine with it. His people love it, but he hasn't read it. So someday you'll explain that one to me, Jeff.
I don't have an explanation, sir. What's the next step in that?
Raymond, thank you very much. Good job you're doing. Say hello.
Thank you. What would you like to see Sylvester Stallone do as a Hollywood ambassador in Hollywood?
He is automatic. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he is one of the ambassadors, as you know, and he's already been doing that. Look, all he has to do is be himself. If Sly is himself, that's all he can be. If he tries to be somebody else, it wouldn't be good. He's a great guy. He's done a fantastic job, and he really deserves this honor. You know, it's something he's wanted for years. And this is bigger than it's ever been. I mean, I don't want to say why. I refuse to say why. But you take a look at this line. Last year, if you look at this line, it was not this.
Mr. President,
it was a different thing.
Why are you and the First Lady expending so much time, so much energy in revivifying and remaking the Kennedy Center?
It's not the Kennedys. We are. Look, Bobby Jr. is doing a fantastic job. It's not the Kennedys. It's our country. We're bringing our country back, and we're bringing D.C. back, Washington, D.C. We're bringing our capital. It's a safe place now.
No, I mean the Kennedy Center, the center itself. Why are you so focused on revivifying?
Because it could never be built again. It's got three massive places, call them. You have different stages, dance, theater, and you have a place that we're going to be in tonight that there's really nothing like it in the country. And if this disappeared, you'd never be able to build it again. And I'm able to save it because that's what I used to do for a living, really, is, well, maybe better than anybody else. I could take something and spend less money than other people and make it better than anybody else could. the Kennedy Center has a chance to be unbelievable. And, I mentioned yesterday something very important.
And Trump was able to pull in an astounding $23 million in donation for said Kennedy Center that he's continuously making improvements on. Man, it's like he's almost going to every building in Washington and making improvements.
It's like sometimes you could say, like people, you either have it or you don't. Great sound in this building. A lot of times, and the Lincoln Center saga, they've rebuilt one building, most important building, they rebuilt it 4 times, and they've never been able to produce really great sound. The sound in the Kennedy Center has been incredible from day one. Call it luck or talent. Probably luck. There's a lot of luck involved. The great sound buildings, the greatest in the world, are the old opera houses built in the 17 and 1800s in Europe. And they had one thing that was in common, lots of marble. And they didn't have sound engineers. They had lots of marble. And this has got great sound, even right here in the hallway. The sound is fantastic. Thank you very much, Raymond.
Madam First Lady, President Trump, do you want
personal playlist? I'm just curious to know how they have impacted your own personal enjoyment of art.
Well, are you talking about the 5 honorees?
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way. But let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
The group and the 5 honorees. They are outstanding people. I had to approve them all. And every one of them, very different. I said last night, totally different audience. But when you add them up, they're 100% of our country and a big percentage of the world. So we have great honorees. It's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to have a good time tonight.
Mr. President, we know that you like the arts. Could you imagine, Mr. President, and now we know that you've hosted before The Apprentice for many years. Could you imagine next year maybe you're not hosting, but maybe you receiving the Kennedy Center honors?
That's an interesting one. I haven't heard of that. Yeah, I think I'm going to nominate myself for next year.
Mr. President, every day you have such a big job being the president. Why was it important for you to actually host the show tonight? And how much time did you spend getting ready for it?
Well, it wasn't important for me other than if I get much higher ratings, if it's a more successful show that I'm contributing. I get nothing. I don't make money with it. I don't do anything. It's a little bit of work, not a lot of work. I look forward to doing it. But the network said, would it be possible to get the president to host? And I love the concept of no president has ever hosted the Kennedy Center honorees. And it's very important that this building be great. And that this building remained really, I saved the building. We raised a lot of money tonight, tremendous record numbers of dollars, a lot of money. And we've raised over $100 million over the last very short period of time. That's a lot of money. And that money goes into the rejuvenation and the rebuilding of the building. And a lot of it's already taken place. A lot of the things that you don't see have already taken place.
Mr. President, and your words as you're saving the building, when will locals who come to the Kennedy Center, who live here, when will we start to see all of the changes? And do you have a timeline for when this will all be wrapped up?
Over the next 4 or 5 months, we're going to have it very well set. You see the outside, the columns, they're beautiful. They had a fake gold color, and now they're beautiful, gleaming white. And everyone's talking about that. It sounds like not much of a change. It's a massive change. The white against the white marble. The marble is being rejuvenated. They're great pieces of marble, but they've been let go and they've been tired. And I always say you can take a 100th of an inch off of a piece of marble and you have a brand new piece of marble, but nobody does that. It's not an easy process. But if you look on the outside of the building, people see already a very big difference.
Is the First Lady involved in the style and the change that's happening here?
Yeah, she's got great taste. I'll ask her her opinion. She liked the white as opposed to the fake gold. But they had the fake gold. The one thing about gold, you can never imitate real gold. They've tried to do it for years. Gold paint. Gold paint never works.
Mr. President,
you got to go for the real 24-karat gold. Yes.
Yes, sir. Is there another president other than yourself who you think would have done a good job hosting the Kennedy?
AKA Trump's pretty much like, look, man, I ain't cheap. We don't paint stuff gold. We just bring in the actual gold figures. Like, okay, well, I like it.
Hosting, yes. Building, no.
Mr. President,
you have a couple of politicians.
Mr. President,
very good on their feet, most of them.
Could you name one?
I would say the last one wouldn't have done too well hosting. But we've had some great politicians. Excuse me, John F. Kennedy would have done a very good job hosting. But building, no. No, I will build better than anybody. I build better than anybody. Thank you.
Mr. President, $23 million was made tonight,
Say
nearly
it.
doubling. $23 million was made tonight, nearly doubling last year.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Maybe we had something to do with it. I don't know. We doubled up last year. It's really much more than that because we've done over 100, not including tonight. We've done over $100 million already. And those are numbers that the Kennedy Center has never seen before. It's doing really well. Thank you for that question.
How is this renovation and the big beautiful ballroom for the White House, how is this tied into?
You've done so much for American greatness. Talk to the next generation about how important the values are. that
Bullied
you're
her off the
celebrating
mic.
Tonight are to American greatness. Things like self-discipline, creativity, talent, those
Yeah,
things.
well, the young generation, I think, is going to grow up strong. We have a very different country than we had a year ago. A year ago, we had a country that was in big trouble. Now we have a country that's the talk of the world, and everybody's respecting us again, and young people are respecting us again, too. I won the young vote. The Republicans never win the young vote. I won it easily. And I want to thank Charlie, and I want to thank TikTok, and there are a lot of reasons for it. But there's never been a Republican who won the young vote, and I won the very young vote. So that's a good sign.
Mr. President.
Why did you select Kiss, Mr. President? Why did you select Kiss for the honor this evening? Do you have a favorite Kiss song?
Well, I like them as people. I've listened to their music over the years. They are characters too, really are. I don't know if you saw last night the speeches. They were great. They really made some great speeches.
I mean, who hasn't listened to a Kiss song? I mean, shoot, Kiss used to be featured on Scooby-Doo of all shows. So, I mean, who hasn't listened to a Kiss song, to be quite honest?
Speeches last night. And they're very popular. A lot of people, write in and ask us to select. So, like, think of it. Sylvester Stallone was not paid for any of this stuff. He's one of the greatest movie stars of all time, based on revenue, based on, Rocky and Rambo and the numbers. No, I doubt. Maybe there's a couple of stars that have done something equal, but really there's not.
And shout out to my man Castro for starting us off. Appreciate the support, brother. And he says, one and only warning, be civil and respectful or you will be shown the door. We are not here to listen to you cry. Stay on topic or catch the boot. Yep. Please try to maintain some type of maturity or your time in this chat will be finito, done, dead. But I mean, you can disagree all you want. I mean, you can disagree with Trump all you want, though. You can even call him an idiot for what you disagree with. But let's not sit there and be outright insulting. Well, at least to me, I don't know what I did. Look, I don't know what I did. I'm just bringing you the news and the message and it with no spin to it. If y'all want to sit here and attack Trump, that's fine. But sitting there and attacking the mods and myself, I mean, you're not really adding to the conversation.
Nothing like it. So we're going to have a very exciting night. But Kiss is terrific.
Mr. President,
But feel free to attack my argument.
What are you looking forward to most about hosting tonight? And number two, Secretary Duffy says you are the master of the playlist out on the Rose Garden Club. What's your favorite song to listen to on the Rose Garden?
Well, I have so many different songs. And I mean, look, Lee Greenwood really hit big with that. It was from day one. We put it on the first rally and we never took it off, and he's great. But I have a lot of favorites, and I can tell you that we both love Elton John, special man, special guy, and he's really talented. We like a lot of different. I like a lot of different songs, a lot of different types of music. I have a good playlist. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, what would you like to see for America 250 here at the Kennedy Center? What would you like to see?
Well, we're going to have a lot of events. One of the things you're going to have here is some of the UFC press. You're going to have the fighters coming over talking about the fights. It's a big deal. The UFC on June 14th. It's going to be June 14th next year. And they're building an arena. The great Dana White's building an arena. And they're going to have 8 or 9 championship fights, the biggest fights they've ever had. Everyone's a championship fight. And everyone's a legendary type of fight. He's actually holding back fights right now for 6 months so he can do it for this, the 250. I think 250 is going to be amazing. I think the arena is going to be 5,000 or 6,000 seats right in front of the front door of the White House, and 100,000 people in the back where they're putting up 8 or 10 very big screens. That's going to be an exciting night.
Sure, the UFC's been pretty exciting, honestly. I mean, even the last UFC, what was it? There was 2 title fights, and both of the title holders lost their fight. So, I mean, shout out to Peter Yan and Joshua Van. I mean, hey man, congratulations on y'all win. And I am a huge UFC fan, so congrats.
So many people are asking for tickets to UFC. Thank you.
Mr. President, you mentioned some of your favorite songs.
I did. I met with Ted. I think he's fantastic. I think he's in the history of Hollywood. There's really been almost, you could say, nothing like what he's done. You'd go back to Louis B. Mayer, maybe Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MGM. Ted has done an incredible job. I mean, he had a company that was very troubled 7 or 8 years ago, and he took it over, and he's really done a legendary job.
Should they be allowed to buy Warner Brothers? Should Netflix?
Well, that's the question. They have a very big market share. And when they have Warner Brothers, that share goes up a lot. So I don't know. That's going to be for some economists to tell. And also, and I'll be involved in that decision too.
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, why stop Netflix if you weren't willing to break up Meta? It is what it is.
They have a very big market share.
Did he make any guarantees to you about the merger if they do merge?
No, not at all. He came up. He was in the Oval Office last week. I have a lot of respect for him. He's a great person, but he's done one of the greatest jobs in the history of movies and other things. And he's got a lot of interesting things happening aside from what you're talking about. But it is a big market share. There's no question about it. It could be a problem.
Mr.
Yes.
President, you mentioned some of your favorite songs. In your opinion, what makes a song great?
Well, it's something that has to be soft and soothing to your ear. I like some songs that other people don't like. That's why they have. You ever hear the expression? That's why they have menus in restaurants. We're all different. We all order different things. Otherwise, you just serve one meal and that would be it.
Are you a country music fan?
But I love country music. And we have the king of country music tonight. So that's another one.
President Trump, will you rename the Kennedy Center the Trump Center?
It's not up to me. We have a board of 40 people that are really the most prestigious people in the United States. We have the honorary chairwoman on the board, right? As the first lady, she's honorary chairwoman. But it's a really prestigious board, and that's up to them. I don't know what they're doing about that.
And can you tell us about who named the Opera House?
Look, we are saving the Kennedy Center.
And can you tell us how did you choose the nominees today, the winners today?
Yeah, we went through probably 50 different names. We were politicked by a lot of people, some of them the stars themselves. But we went through 50 names and we picked the 5, and we're very happy with it. It's really very different audiences. But as I said, just down the line, they're different audiences, but when you add them up, it's 100% of the public. Thank you.
And are you still the Opera House be renamed after Melania?
What did you talk about with Prime Minister Carney and Mexican President Sheinbaum when you were here just a few days earlier?
Mexico and Canada, we met with the, as you know, I mean, it was pretty well, a lot of people were here, right here we met. And the Prime Minister of Canada, President of Mexico, and we spoke for a half hour. Very good, very productive. Talked mostly trade.
Will you restart negotiations with Canada?
Oh, look, I have a great relationship with Canada. They're very tough traders, but I have a very good relationship with the Prime Minister and with Canada.
And you had said you would halt those negotiations earlier after the tariff.
Well, I have halted them.
And so will you restart them?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the problem is Canada.
I guess we're taking I guess we're taking Canada at a timeout for that Ronald Reagan video about tariffs, when they completely bastardized the man's arguments for tariffs. And it's kind of funny because the same way Ronald Reagan was using tariffs against Japan, it's kind of the same way Trump is using tariffs now. Well, at least the Sector Pacifics one. Actually, even the blanket tariffs are kind of a way that Ronald Reagan used them as well, to hold certain countries accountable for duplicitous trade tactics.
Makes a lot of things that we don't need because we make them also. But we'll work it out. Look, Canada's a special place, and they really are good at ice hockey, aren't they?
Mr. President, what is more difficult, Mr. President, hosting the Kennedy Center honors or preparing for the State of the Union?
Well, could I answer that question after the show's over?
If you give it to me, absolutely.
I'll give it
Mr.
to you
President.
after the show's
Thanks.
over.
What's more difficult?
This is a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I hosted The Apprentice when it was the #1 show on television. We did 42.5 million people that night. It was a little different television than it is today.
What are
more
you-
people watching in those days?
What are you expecting, Mr. President, in terms of ratings for this year's Kennedy Center?
I think it'll be great. I think it's going to be great. Ratings are complicated now because you have streaming added on and everything else, but I think it'll do very big. I mean, just look, just based on what you see right here. If you came here last year, you saw a line that was about 1/10 this size. You weren't even here last year, right?
I was here. Mr. President, how do you prepare for hosting this year's Kennedy Center on this? You had so much on your plate. Where do you make the
I have a
time?
lot on my plate, and I didn't really prepare very much. I read a little bit. I have a good memory, so I can remember things, which is very fortunate. But I want to just be myself, and so you have to be yourself.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get on to the Marjorie Taylor Greene interview. Let's see here, the 2025 60-minute interview, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's see what this lady got to say. Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud, $2 and up. Or if you just want to support the show, send a gift or something. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
It was completely unforeseen, a shocker. Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning. The warrior congresswoman so dogged and fierce, leaving the field of battle, her alliance with President Trump shattered. Her video resignation statement last month that she'll be leaving Congress a year before her term expires came after President Trump said he would throw his support to someone else for her seat. She became famous, some would say infamous, with her incendiary insults and belief in conspiracy theories, such as 9/11 was an inside job, and that the shooting at the Parkland School in Florida was staged. At one time, the president had no more ardent defender. But things soured over Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted sex offender accused of trafficking girls as young as 14.
All right, so wait, hold on. So the second one, yeah, I mean, no, she was right about that one. The third one, I don't know where the hell she got that. But then we're talking about the same lady that hit everybody with the Jewish space lasers. And I'm gonna be honest, Marjorie Taylor Greene actually speaks on some relevant things. And I actually like where she was going. The problem is she was going to the enemy, to mainstream media, to make these arguments instead of just going straight to Trump. That she could have went to Fox News. Actually, to be quite honest, was she making those same changes in her district, or what was she doing for her district instead of just complaining about what the president is doing? And then over here taking the side of the Democrats about affordability. I mean, and like I said, it's kind of unfair to hit Trump with affordability when he's only been in office for 10 months, but the Dems stayed silent about affordability for about, what, 2 years straight? Because affordability really got out of control in 2022, and nobody said anything. Actually, they were trying to convince us that we were in the best economy ever.
Does Greene's defection signal a split in MAGA? Is she leaving politics for good? And exactly why is she leaving?
It wasn't a decision that I came to lightly, but it was a very important decision.
Hey, and shout out to my man Gaiman for sending in 20 jewels for the party hat. And shout out to my man James Foley for sending in the clap and seal. Appreciate the support, man.
For myself, and also with
leaving.
All right.
It wasn't a decision that I came to lightly, but it was a very important decision for myself and also for my family.
It was sudden.
It was sudden, but a lot of things changed. I stood for women who were raped when they were 14 years old, and the president that I fought for 5 years called me a traitor for that. And so that changed the landscape of things.
So I'm going to ask you straight out. Did you surrender? Did Donald Trump run you out of town?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Actually, Leslie, it's more like this is I said in my statement, I will be no one's battered wife, and I meant it. And I won't allow the system to abuse me anymore.
You really feel abused. You know, he did come after you pretty hard. He called you a lunatic, I'm quoting. He said all she does is complain, complain, complain in caps, and then he called you a traitor. So he hit you, whacked you.
Yes, he did this in the same time span where President Trump brought in the Al-Qaeda leader that was wanted by the U.S. government, who is now the president of Syria. Then within a week, he brought in the Crown Prince, MBS, who murdered an American journalist. And then he brought in the newly elected Democrat socialist mayor of New York. That was the time span that he called me a traitor.
I mean, okay, I see where you're going with this, Marjorie. Let's not be unfair with this now. one, Trump has already said that we're trying to we're trying to redo, or we're trying to reinvent the way we handle the Middle East, or we're trying to, I guess, redo the way we handle the Middle East. Why? Because usually we just try to push our ideals on them. We try to support whatever so-called militant group or terrorist group that we want to rule in that area. And we usually end up effing everything up. And remember, Trump said this a while ago when he was making his tour around the Middle East. And the thing is, Marjorie Taylor Greene supported it. So what did you expect, Marjorie Taylor Greene, from the fact that Trump is trying to play nice with these Middle Eastern countries now and actually trying to bring peace to the Middle East? What did you expect? What, he's not supposed to talk to these leaders now? He's not supposed to try to make business deals with them now? Like, what do you think was going to come out of that?
You decided not to stay and fight. You decided to give in.
After President Trump called me a traitor, I got a pipe bomb threat on my house, and then I got several direct death threats on my son.
On your son?
On my son.
You say the president put your life in danger. You blame him. You say he fueled a hotbed of threats against me, and that you blame him for the threats against your son.
The subject line for the direct death threats on my son was his words, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Those are death threats directly fueled by President Trump. I told him, I told JD Vance, I told them all, sent those directly to them.
Response?
JD Vance replied back to me, we'll look into it. I got response back from President Trump that I will keep private, but it wasn't very nice.
Give us a hint of what the president said.
It was extremely unkind.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
4 more years.
This new intense vitriol between them is jarring.
Now, there's one thing I don't like in politics, and it happens on both sides. Like when the Dems, you remember it was the poor Democrat lady that got shot in Minnesota, Melissa Horton. You remember how much death threats she was getting before she got shot just for voting against basically sanctuary cities or how they were handling illegals in there? Remember when she voted against that and she was receiving death threats and all that good stuff? Yeah. Well, it happens the same thing over here on MAGA, and I don't like it. I don't like how somebody goes against the president, all of a sudden she gets death threats. I mean, that's completely unacceptable.
Considering she's been one of the president's most passionate and loyal foot soldiers, often in a red MAGA hat. She voted with him 98% of the time.
We're going to re-elect our favorite president, the greatest president in United States history, Donald J. Trump. Right, Georgia?
One of the president's biggest beefs with Greene was about her harping on Jeffrey Epstein.
We did talk about the Epstein files, and he was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition to release the files. I fully believe that those women deserve everything they're asking. They're asking for all of it to come out. They deserve it. And
guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
And he was furious with me.
What did he say?
He said that it was going to hurt people. I had asked him, these women are the ones that were hurt. They were raped at 14. They were raped at 16. I watched them stand in front of the press, trembling, their bodies shaking as they were telling their stories, many of them for the first time. And I had told him, I said, you know, you have all kinds of people come in the White House. Have these women come in the White House. These women deserve to be heard.
He said to you, people will get hurt.
People will get hurt. I don't know what that means. I don't know who they are.
I mean, because that's all they've been telling Trump. It's like, you got to understand, Trump, I don't think he knows too much about what's going on. It's like, and like I said, we can go ahead and go the duplicitous route and say that he's trying to hide himself from the Epstein list, or he's trying to hide, you know, his buddies and all that good stuff, or this is the information that he could be being fed. I mean, many times, even since Obama, we got people in the CIA, FBI that advise these guys and lead them down the wrong route, make them think something that's not true. And this could be one of them. Them saying that, oh, well, if you release the Epstein files, you don't understand the innocent victims will be hurt and you don't know what could happen to them. And that's what the logic Trump could be going off of. And we don't really know because Trump hasn't really, went into haven't really explained himself on it or went into any type of long form thought process on it. It seems.
There were other clashes with the president. She started publicly criticizing him in May on one issue after the next, accusing him of betraying his MAGA America First promises. You went after his, I think you said, trying to entangle us in foreign wars. You said Air Force One should be parked, no more foreign trips.
For an America First president.
Now, I supported when she said that, though, when she said you need to park Air Force One and mainly focus on U.S. policies on tackling affordability. I respected when she said that one. That was real. But as far as the Epstein files go, we got to remember, guys, if there's really something in the Epstein files, it had got brought out during Biden. They had brought it out during the election. So the fact that, it is now being talked about, they're now trying to push it on Trump is a little weird because, if you guys had all this evidence that's coming out now, that doesn't really, implicate Trump whatsoever. But if y'all really had something on Trump, they'd have brought it out by now. But let's be real, the Dems have been kicking that can down the road as well with the Republicans. Actually, they just been doing it together. So we got to low-key blame both sides. Now, there was a unanimous decision in Congress to low-key push the Epstein files out through the Epstein Transparency Act, but we'll see where that gets us because people aren't even sure how much that's going to reveal to us.
The number one focus should have been domestic policy, and it wasn't. And so, of course, I was critical because those were my campaign promises. Once we fix everything here, then fine. No,
that's true. She is right, though. It's like Trump has mainly been focusing on, geopolitical stuff or what's been going on overseas, like in Ukraine, Israel, Iran, Venezuela.
For an America First president, the number one focus should have been domestic policy, and it wasn't. And so, of course, I was critical because those were my campaign promises. Once we fix everything here, then fine, we'll talk to the rest of the world.
She said in her resignation video that the president has gone establishment, forsaking the base and her.
If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class.
Are you saying that the president now is siding with those establishment powerful people and against MAGA?
He passed a crypto bill that helped out all the crypto donors. He has served Israel's interest, even attacking Iran. He has served big pharma. He didn't.
Here's the thing, though. Margie really don't know the backstory on that one because I think, actually, Trump was forced into attacking Iran. He had no choice. It's either we bomb Iran or, Israel nukes Iran. And Israel's always made these threats before when they want us to get involved. It's like, it's either you do this or we nuke them. And they did it back with Nixon and they did it again with Trump, is that if you don't get involved with Iran, we're going to nuke Iran. And yes, Israel has the capability to nuke, which they don't really, be, open about. But it's like, it's like the funny, it's like the secret around the world that everybody knows that Israel got nukes, even though they're not supposed to have them.
Take away the COVID vaccines that we want to see taken away.
So
those are the areas that are still getting everything they want, while we're still out here saying we want to see action on areas for the American people, not for the major industries and the big donors.
Green has built her reputation on feisty combat and inflammatory insults, like calling President Joe Biden a liar during the 2023 State of the Union. It's been 5 years of almost constant drama.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up. No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
With her adding fuel to the nation's loss of civility. Then 3 weeks ago, she went on CNN with a surprise, a mea culpa.
And I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics.
But it became clear to us that she hasn't entirely lost her appetite for combat.
It's the most toxic political culture. And It's not helping the American
But you
people.
contributed to that. You were out there pounding, insulting people.
Leslie, you've contributed to it as well with
Ooh.
your own
Me?
program. Yes, you're
Yeah, you.
accusatory, just like you did just then.
I know you're accusing me, but I'm
You're
smiling.
accusing me.
I am accusing
But we
you.
don't have to accuse one another.
I want you to.
I mean, it is kind of crazy that, yeah, you're over here trying to condemn her when you've been guilty of the same thing. And it is kind of crazy how Dems try to play all high and mighty. It's like, you see, you guys should be watching your own language. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Come on now. You guys use the same crazy language. You use even crazier insults. So let's let bygones be bygones. Let's not sit here and try to nitpick on who was worse. Because we've both said some pretty inflammatory things on both sides about each other.
Respond to what you have done in terms of insulting people, yelling at people, and then saying,
I'd like for you to respond for that.
I don't.
No, you can respond
I
to that.
don't insult people.
You do, and
You
the way
do.
you question, and you're accusing me right now.
One thing she did want to talk about, Congress's failure to pass spending bills, meaning that she has found it hard to get funds for projects in her district.
It's an utter failure, not just to the people in my district, but every district across the country.
We met Green, 51, in her district in Georgia. Before Congress, she ran her family's construction company, then opened up her own CrossFit gym.
Affordability is a real issue.
President says it's not, says it's a hoax, affordability.
It's one of the top issues, not only in my district, it's across the country.
The affordability of health insurance caused Green to side with the Democrats during the government shutdown to support extending health care subsidies. Did you ever imagine that you would be standing with the Democrats on the Epstein files and on health care subsidies?
No, I never imagined that.
She's not afraid to be an outlier. She's the only Republican member of Congress to call the war in Gaza a genocide. And why did you vote against the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act?
Since I've been a member of Congress, we've had several resolutions that constantly denounce anti-Semitism. I've already voted denouncing anti-Semitism many times before. It becomes an exercise that they force on Congress, and I simply got tired of it.
Is there no value in having the United States Congress
I mean, that's also a great valid point. I mean, the fact that Israel does have a strong hold on our congressmen and senators, even to the point where one of our senators came out talking about, well, I became a senator to help the people of Israel. And that's something wild to say as a, an American congressman. Well, not my bad, senator in America, Ted Cruz. I'm sorry. But yeah, that guy.
Affirm the fact that they denounce anti-Semitism in the face of a growing issue, a growing problem.
We don't have to get on our knees and say it over and over again when we
Get on our knees.
Yes, we do not have to get on our knees.
Well, most members of Congress
AKA, you don't got to kiss the wall.
disagree with you.
Well, most members of Congress take donations from AIPAC, and I don't.
AIPAC is an American pro-Israel lobbying group. Green's perspective indicates a growing rift within MAGA over support for Israel. Are you MAGA?
I am America First.
And that's not the same as MAGA.
MAGA is President Trump's phrase. That's his political policies. I call myself America First.
But you're not saying you're MAGA.
I'm America First. Yep. God bless you.
So what are you? Okay. The problem with being MAGA and America First is that they're basically the same thing. It is like, actually, the whole America First movement kind of grew out of MAGA. And the whole America First movement grew out of MAGA due to foreign policy, because we just could not get along on foreign policy. So we split from the MAGA group and became America First, because we believe in Americans being first and not, instead of Israel and the war industrial complex first, or foreign immigrants first. So yeah, I trust me. Actually, the people in America First, they're still MAGA. The problem is we just have disagreements on, foreign policy.
President Trump.
Almost overnight, She's gone.
And America First is kind of like the whole Nick Fuentes thing, which is honestly I support in a way. I do support the whole America First movement, but America First, like I said, it came off of MAGA. It's not just something that just appeared out of nowhere, separate from MAGA.
From a close Trump friend to foe, one of the few Republicans willing to take him on. I'm going to ask you about this almost solid support he has among Republicans in Congress. Is there in that support fear? Does the support come about because they're afraid that they'll get death threats?
I think they're terrified to step out of line and get a nasty Truth Social post on them. Yes.
And they're watching what happened to you.
Yes.
Behind the scenes, do they talk differently?
Yes.
How?
Oh, it would shock people.
Well, let's shock people.
Okay. I watched many of my colleagues go from making fun of him, making fun of how he talks, making fun of me.
Oh yeah, the never Trumpers, like all the guys that was saying Trump can't be, and we're talking about Republicans who are never Trumpers and who was talking all this. It's about Trump. Guys like Ben Shapiro, I think even Ted Cruz at a certain point, and Lindsey Graham, ironically. Yeah, all these guys who are now Trump's best buddy, trying to be his closest ally, were never Trumpers. And that is where MAGA kind of gets, well, that's where even I find disappointment with Trump, is that he's kind of leaving out the guys who were MAGA who was always with Trump for the guys who were never Trumpers. Like the same guys who did not want you to be president, who was calling you an idiot, incompetent, you now putting these guys in front of the guys who were with you since day one. And that is a problem. And this is where I also think where the whole America First also broke off, because it became a whole bunch of guys who were never Trumpers joining in versus the guys who were, I guess, always voting for Trump. And it seemed like the guys who were always voting for Trump had a more of a America First view. And the guys who just became MAGA, I guess those are kind of like the pro-Israel guys in a way, who actually are okay with Trump's foreign policy when it comes to Israel and Ukraine and other things, as long as it gets them into a war.
Constantly for supporting him to when he won the primary in 2024, they all started, excuse my language, Leslie, kissing his ass and decided to put on a MAGA hat for the first time.
And let's break it down real simple.
This past week, when we saw Green at a public hearing in her district without a MAGA hat, it didn't appear that her break from President Trump and MAGA has cost her popularity. People want to know, is this a true conversion, a true change of heart, or is it kind of a shrewd political calculation? A lot of people think you're doing it and that you, in a year or so, are going to run for some other office.
I have zero plans, zero desire.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, man. The higher you go up in the higher level you go up in politics, it is the further you are away from the people. So, of course, her being a congresswoman and being for her district, she's way more closer to the people than a mayor, governor. Of course, the president would be.
To run for president, I would hate the Senate. I'm not running for governor. But Leslie, it doesn't matter how many times I say it. I'll have face-to-face conversations with people, and I'll flat out tell them to their face, and they won't believe me. And they're like, "Oh yeah, sure." And they wink at me, and I'm like, "Okay." It's just like I don't know how to make it more clear.
You mean you just jumped off the cliff and you don't know where you're going to swim to?
Surprise, surprise. I'm not your politician with a whole itinerary of plans or political ambitions.
Now, of course, people will criticize her and say, no, that's not true. Actually, you just want to become governor, but the Republicans say that you're too crazy, so they don't want to try to co-sign you for governor. That's what the Republicans will say. But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to Face the Nation with Scott Besson, and let's see what he got to say.
We have a lot. Good morning and welcome to Face the Nation. We have a lot of news to get to, and we begin with the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Besson. Good to have you here.
Morning, Margaret.
Mr. Secretary, a lot of people are out there holiday shopping. Here is how the president described back in April what to expect from this season.
Maybe the children will have $2.
Well, guys, and make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
Instead of $30, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally.
Was the president's prediction then correct?
Margaret, it's actually been a very strong holiday season, and we've seen across all the income cohorts thus far, and so there's nothing to say that they're $2 instead of $30.
The president was wrong to predict lower numbers of purchases and higher prices.
The economy has been better than we thought. We've had the 4% GDP growth in a couple of quarters. We're going to finish the year, despite the Schumer shutdown, with 3% real GDP growth.
Mm-hmm. Well, the maker of Tonka trucks, their CEO said it's going to cost $40 for their toys right now because of tariffs and inflation. It was $30 the year before that, 25. Prices in the toy space are accelerating, and people are feeling that.
Well, Margaret, inflation's a composite number, and it's roughly the same year over year. And if we were to look at all imported goods inflation is below the inflation number.
The inflation number, you mean
the PCE number, which is about 2.9%. Imported goods inflation is about 1.8. It's the service economy that's generating inflation, which actually has nothing to do with tariffs.
But when we hear from, for example, the president, when he says that affordability is a con job by Democrats, that seems to just not be resonating with consumers that have been polled by CBS. 60% of Americans polled by this network told us President Trump makes prices and inflation sound better than they really are. And his approval rating on the economy is now down to 36% in our latest poll. On inflation, approval is even.
I mean, yeah, because the Dems have been running an excellent spin job on blaming affordability on the president, even though they've watched prices skyrocket for 4 years straight under Biden. Like, let inflation get out of control, and now that prices are where they're at, they want to try to blame it on Trump for, well, the 10 months he's been in office, when they have not taken responsibility for the 4 years that they were in office. So that's where Trump pretty much says it's a hoax. And I'm gonna be real with you, even I'm sitting here admitting that Trump is not communicating that well.
Lower at 32%. Don't you need to show that you feel the pain?
Well, Margaret, I think the president's frustrated by the media coverage of what's going on.
Just as the polling of average Americans.
Yeah, but I think the average Americans, they are hearing a lot of it from media coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you that the affordability has two components. There's inflation, and then there's real incomes. Real incomes are up about 1%. And what we're not going to do is say that Americans don't know what they're feeling. We've been working on it every day. I was on your show on March talking about affordability.
Yeah, what people got to understand is that the price increase that happened through inflation under Biden is not going anywhere, actually. It's not. The only thing we could do is bring down inflation, make it cool off so the price don't go up any further or at a faster rate than it was during the Biden administration. And all we can do is sit there is raise wages. And that's how you get out of inflation, or the price increase of inflation, is to raise wages to where inflate the pricing that, or the price increase that happened under inflation doesn't matter, because you're making more money than the prices that are increasing. And that's how you beat inflation, through just, well, making sure that wages are outpacing inflation. And sadly, wages were not outpacing inflation during Biden. But I mean, hey, that's what we've seen during the first Trump administration. And that's one of the reasons why he got reelected again, because he was able to make wages outpace inflation. And of course, low inflation as well.
We've made a lot of gains, but remember, we've got this embedded inflation from the Biden years, where mainstream media, whether it's Greg Ip at the Wall Street Journal, toxic Paul Krugman at the New York Times, or former Vice Chair Alan Blinder, all said it was a vibe session.
And the Dems will come up with the most disingenuous argument of, well, Biden's not president. Yeah, but the price increasing that happened across the board under Biden is still here. The inflationary spending that Biden did under his term is still here. So please, please be a little bit more smarter when you make that argument.
The American people don't know how good they have it.
Think
now,
a little bit. Just
Democrats created scarcity, whether it was in energy or overregulation, that we are now seeing this affordability problem. And I think next year we're going to move on to prosperity.
You do think there is an affordability problem?
Sorry?
You do believe that?
I think the Biden administration created a terrible.
No, but now we're nearly 12 months in. You said the president would.
No, lady. You can't sit there. Like I said, it's a very dishonest way of an argument, because you can't sit there and blame Trump for being 10, well, actually, yeah, about 11 months in, and you're trying to put a 4-year affordability problem. And I've shown the chart many, many times. Prices went up 20% across the board under Biden. And you're trying to blame that 20% increase on Trump. That's the wild part. That's why Trump's saying it's a hoax, because the hoax is that this affordability crisis is Trump's fault, when no, actually prices went up substantially under Biden, and you're trying to blame Trump for what? 11 months of a, and here's the thing, y'all effed it up for 4 years straight, but you're expecting this man to fix it within 11 months. Is that fair? No, it's not. But that's how they're going to spin it.
Own the economy at this point.
I said that the Biden administration created the worst inflation in 50 years, and maybe for working Americans, the worst inflation of all time. Right. And we have pulled that number down.
And I'm going to show this chart to the end of time, as long as this argument is being made. When you look at this chart right here, let me make sure I big screen it for the horizontal viewers. When you look at this chart right here, and we're talking about the cumulative CPI price increase by category, Trump versus Biden. And we're talking about Trump's first term versus Biden's second term. I want you to look at the price increases that happened under both terms. Now, do you realize overall CPI, overall consumer price index went up over 20%. Groceries went up over 20%. Housing went up over 20%. The only thing that didn't go up over 20% was healthcare. Like, I mean, I guess we can give Biden credit for that one. But where do you think this price increase went? Nowhere. It's still here today. So when you guys try to make that argument saying, well, Biden isn't president, well, guess what? The price increase that happened under Biden is still here today. Sorry to make that a reality for you. It didn't just go away when the man left office. So when you sit there and try to cry about affordability to Trump, it's right for him to look you dead in your face and be like, well, why weren't you crying under Biden? Because all of this happened under him.
That Strategas Research does something called the Common Man Index under Biden. The accumulated inflation number, as measured by CPI, was about 20%. Their index showed 35. This year, for the first time, the Common Man Index.
Now, that's a fair question. Now, this is a fair question. And shout out to my man, Smootwana. He says, how long do we have to wait for prices to come down? About half a year. Honestly, we're going to actually start seeing these prices come down when the manufacturing boom happens and the construction boom. Well, the construction boom, then the manufacturing boom. That's good. That's what's actually going to start raising wages. And once we get most of these illegals out of here and out of the workforce, and once we create a little bit more scarcity in the market, well, in the job market, that's going to raise wages. So like I said, we're betting on, well, the growth of the economy, because GDP has been going up, so that plan is working out. We're betting on tariffs for that to open up to other global markets, like we're able to open up agriculture to Japan now, the UK. That's also going to help out with pricing. So you got to understand when we're saying that this is going to take time. It's not going to take 10 months. Think about it. Trump solved inflation in 10 months. We brought that down to a reasonable level in 10 months. He's been able to get all of these commitments to the United States in 10 months. So let's see what he does in the next 10 months. Because to sit here and try to blame this man for a 4-year affordability crisis that the Dems refuse to acknowledge, and you will only want to give this man, 11 months? Let's be fair here. You watch somebody fucked it up for 4 years, but you're not willing to give a man some time. You're willing to be impatient about 11 months? But you waited 4 years, though. Remember that. You watched it for 4 years. You watch all prices go up for 4 years, but you can't give Trump the same amount of time. I mean, you let Biden fuck it up for 4 years. Let my man Trump get 2 years at least.
Below the inflation index, because the basket of goods for working Americans, food, gasoline, rent is coming down. So I wrote an essay March 12th.
Yeah, and gasoline is finally reached a national average of $3.06.
2024. And it talked about the three I's: immigration, interest rates, and inflation. Mass unfettered immigration, depressed wages, cause housing prices to go up. President has closed the border. That is fixed. Interest rates have come down. The bond market just had the best year since 2020. And now we are working on inflation, and I expect inflation to roll down strongly next year.
Well, I mean, grocery prices are up nearly 3% compared to last September. The president seems to be acknowledging that grocery prices, or at least beef prices, are a challenge, because he put out this order just yesterday saying they're going to investigate corporate price gouging for high beef prices. Isn't suing the food companies the same thing the Biden administration did, and it didn't really work?
Well,
How's this any different?
Nothing the Biden administration did work.
So why are you doing it?
Because this isn't the same thing. If they had done this, if they'd done it properly, we'd be in a different spot. And
Actually, the problem is with the with the guys, what was it? With the cattle guys, with the cattle farmers, is that one, their herd size has shrunk, and they're mainly blaming it to one, there was a drought that happened under Biden. Of course, the price increasing under Biden as well helped made the feed more expensive. So they had to shrink their cattle size or their herd size down because of the expensing or the price increasing that went over Biden, which increased their expenses. So yeah, that's one of the main reasons why the meat has gotten so expensive. One, also, let me be real with you. Some of these guys are actually focused on shrinking their herd size to increase the quality of beef. So they took quality over quantity, which they actually raise their price on. But the real problem is, one, the drought that happened under Biden, which we can't blame under Biden. We can't blame him for that. But we can blame Biden for the price increasing on their expenses because of inflation.
Beef is one component. Your Thanksgiving turkey was down 16%.
Well, I know you are working on the trade front, and for American farmers and the prices that they are experiencing, that they're feeling a pinch about not having a market to sell into necessarily.
Well, not anymore.
Well, the agricultural secretary just said that the president's going to announce a bridge payment for farmers this week to give them short-term relief while you're working on finalizing these trade packages.
Well,
there are these low crop prices and the soybeans in particular. I know you spoke with China's vice premier Friday. Are they going to speed purchasing up?
Well, they're not going to speed purchasing up. They're in the cadence that we agreed to. Soybean prices are up about 12 or 15% since the agreement with the Chinese. They are going to buy 12.5 million metric tons. But Margaret, I'm involved in the agricultural industry. I run a soybean farm, and I can tell you,
one. You invest in it.
Sorry,
you own or invest.
And people in my family go out and work on it.
Yep.
I actually just divested it this week as part of my ethics agreement, so I'm out of that business. But I probably know more about any Treasury Secretary than about agriculture.
Oh wow! I mean, okay, Scott Besson pretty much saying, "Yo, I own a soybean farm, so trust me." Actually, that's actually what we should be doing, though. I mean, why not? Families should pool together, own farms, and have their kids work the farm instead of trying to find illegal immigrants for it. You know, what we used to do in the old days.
Since the 1800s. And I can tell you that what farmers need is certainty. Mm-hmm. And we have put that in place with this trade deal. 12.5 million metric tons this year, 25 million metric tons for the next 3 years for soybeans. Also.
And shout out to my man Smoot Nani. If prices don't go down by 27, will you call out Trump? Bro, prices are more likely going to stay the same. Now, remember, the goal is not for prices to go down. The goal is to increase wages. If wages do not outpace inflation by 2027, yeah, I'm calling Trump on bullshit. All right, I got you on that one. So if things aren't more affordable for Americans by 2027 through wage increasing and all that good stuff, because the price increase through inflation, it goes nowhere. So prices aren't really going to go down. I mean, maybe for things like gas and all that good stuff, okay. But prices across the board, no. Inflation, that price increase, it sticks there. The only thing we can do is just make sure we're raising the wages to outpace inflation. So if that don't happen by 2027, then yes, I'm gonna have to call out Trump on a fail. It's like, bro, it's been 2 years. That's about a good enough time for you to get this ish together. I mean, the best grace time I can give is probably an extra 3 months, and that's overdoing it. I mean, let's be real. In 2 years, you should be able to figure this out.
Sorghum, and lumber.
And most of what he's saying should come to fruition at that time. Of course, when it comes to the construction boom and the manufacturing boom. If all that does not happen by 2027, yeah, I mean, Trump it'd probably be the biggest failure as a president, not in, a lifetime, but in this current decade.
So those purchases, just to clarify, those will be this year? Because I heard you say this past week that some of the purchases wouldn't take place until February.
Well, for the season, so the crop year.
the season year.
Yeah.
Okay. But why, if everything's fine, then why do farmers need a bridge payment from the agricultural department?
Sorry?
Why would farmers need a bridge payment from the agriculture department then?
Because these prices haven't come in, because the Chinese actually used our soybean farmers as pawns in the trade negotiations.
True.
And we are going to create this bridge because, again, agriculture is all about the future. You've got to start financing for planning next year, when things will be very good.
I want to ask you about something that was announced this past week, the Trump accounts and building on this concept. So parents, as I understand, are going to be able to open these accounts via the Treasury for their kids. They're tax-deferred investment vehicles to U.S. citizen children under 18. You get $1,000 from the government for babies born between 2025 and 2028. So there are going to be restrictions on what the money can be used for: college tuition or their first house. Is that right?
No, it is the federal government for children born in the period you just described is going to put $1,000 into these Trump accounts. It will be invested in a widely diversified low-cost index, and then it will be available
In the stock market,
in the stock market.
Exchange-traded fund or
Yeah,
mutual fund.
so in essence, it is a trust fund. It is a piece of the American economy for every child, and they will be able to take it out when they're 18, or they can convert it to a more IRA type program and keep it for their retirement.
Yeah, but they're gonna need to show the math on that one. I mean, show the math and tell us how much you think the kid is gonna be able to get within that 18 years. And what should be a lot, actually, what should be a lot, to be quite honest. If they're investing into the stock market, low index funds, depends on the performance of those funds. So I don't know. Can the parents, I don't know, diversify a little bit? Can they add on and then put into certain investments that has to be locked in there? So it's like a one way, no way out, which would be kind of cool. And as soon as you put money in, it's sayonara to that money for 18 years. You can't touch it, even as a parent, until your kid, is 18 years old. I mean, that would be pretty dope.
So there won't be the restrictions I mentioned there about how they use the money?
No.
Okay. So there was also a broadening of this past week with the.
Yeah, it's only $1,000. Now it should grow to a substantial amount of money in 18 years, but can the parents add on to it, and can they get into also different industries or different sectors in the market? I mean, and it still be that one way tunnel of money. Like once you send it in there for your kid, you make that investment, you can't take it out.
The Dell Foundation making a significant investment in the American children. So how is this going to work? Why structure it this way instead of a savings account, for example?
Well, a savings account just gets interest. This is the compounding power of the stock market. As Warren Buffett says, don't bet against the American stock market. Don't bet against the economy. And this is going to bring a whole group of new investors into the market. We're going to couple it with a big amount of financial literacy so that children understand what they own. The Incredible Gift by Michael and Susan Dell will be is a program that philanthropists, foundations can do to top up these accounts. And we are expecting, we're already at Treasury's already in discussions with foundations, with major philanthropists to top up these accounts. It could either be for...
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. And let's also hit that icon there at the top with my cartoon face on it. And go and subscribe to the channel, guys. Appreciate the support.
All children, or you can specify it by zip code, a school district, or you can do what the Dells did and say that it won't apply to the zip codes of the top 20% of earners.
And more information is going to be coming out on how to use this and access it?
Yes, in the coming weeks, we'll do that. And then the official kickoff will be July 5th.
Okay.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you about this massive fraud out in Minnesota in the state welfare program. Has been under federal investigation since all the way back in 2022. The president told you, though, this week to look into Somalis who, quote, ripped off that state for billions of dollars. He said they contribute nothing. What exactly are you investigating?
Well, Margaret, to be clear, the initial fraud that was discovered by the IRS, for which I'm the acting commissioner, is discovered by IRS criminal investigations unit. This was not an endogenous thing that the state of Minnesota decided. We had to go in and clean up the mess for them, and this is part of the continued cleanup. A lot of money has been transferred from the individuals who committed this fraud, including those who donated to the governor, donated to Representative Omar, and donated to A.G. Ellison. But they've been transferred to something called MBSs. And those are
Mortgage-backed security.
No,
What
no,
do you mean?
Sorry.
Transferred to what?
These are money the Bureau services, and they are wire transfer organizations that are outside the regulated banking system. And that money has gone overseas, and we are tracking that both to the Middle East and to Somalia to see what the uses of that have been.
Okay, but you have no evidence of that money being used to fuel terrorism at this point, which is what some conservative writers are alleging.
That's why it's an investigation. We started it last week. We'll see where it goes. But I can tell you that, it's terrible. The Representative Omar tried to downplay it, said, oh, it was very, it was very tough to know how this money should be used. She was gaslighting the American people.
Well, we'll talk to her.
Yeah, but when you come to this country, you got to learn which side of the road to drive on. You got to learn to stop at stop signs, and you got to learn not to defraud the American people.
Well, there are plenty of criminal behavior from communities well beyond the immigrant community. But we'll talk about this with Representative Omar shortly. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
All right, now let's go ahead and get into Trump. Zelensky hasn't read the last U.S. peace proposal, so let's get right into that on the left side of media with CNN.
That the U.S. president is a big show of solidarity in Europe amid increasing signs that the U.S. president is tilting towards Russia in his efforts to end the war. Now, the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, is currently in London today, meeting with his European counterparts, the British, French, and Germans as well. And we'll also head to Brussels.
And which is useless, because I'm just like, bro, if they're not going to help you fight against Russia, there's really no need for you to be talking to these guys, because they're just going to fill you full of delusions and just keep on throwing money at you, make you think you can win this when you can't. Actually, at this point, I don't even think Zelensky believe he can win this anymore.
To meet NATO and EU leaders. And this after President Donald Trump said Mr. Zelensky hasn't read the U.S. peace plan.
So we've been speaking to President Putin, and we've been speaking to Ukrainian leaders, including Zelensky, President Zelensky. And I have to say that I'm a little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago. His people love it, but he hasn't.
Right, those comments follow weekend talks in Florida between U.S. and Ukrainian officials with little progress reported, and the unveiling of President Trump's new security strategy critical of Europe, which the Kremlin praised. We've got Clay Sebastian standing by for us live at Downing Street. Clay, good to see you. What have we heard so far in terms of these meetings? And importantly, quite a show of solidarity by the Europeans after those talks in Miami.
Yeah, Eleni, I think that is, at least half of the point here. We saw a lot of sort of warm hugs as they walked into 10 Downing Street. Behind me, the President Zelensky, in particular, receiving a very warm welcome from the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Obviously, the Christmas tree creating a festive mood. But I have to say that does not seem to have been replicated in the room. The press were allowed in very briefly as the four leaders sort of sat in a row and gave brief opening statements. And I think a couple of them at least let slip a pretty bleak mood. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying, look, we stand with Ukraine in the pursuit of a just and lasting settlement if we get that far, which I think is a tone that we haven't really heard from him before. And then Chancellor Merz of Germany came out perhaps even stronger, saying that he was skeptical of some of the details coming out in documents from the US side. So I think that sort of let slip a very tense mood, a very nervous mood. Europe, of course, has been sidelined from these talks over the last 2.5 weeks that have involved on one track the US and Ukraine, and on the other track the US and Russia. So the point, I think, of today is that the Ukrainian team is going to brief the European on what's happened so far from their perspective. We did see Rustem Umerov, the lead negotiator on the Ukrainian side, walk in behind President Zelensky. So they are going to get essentially the finer details of what's been discussed so far. Concretely, is anything going to come out of today? It's not clear at this point. Obviously, the Europeans are being expected by the US to stump up security guarantees for any post-war settlement. There's a big debate raging in Europe now about how to fund Ukraine through next year, especially when it comes to those frozen Russian assets, most of which are parked in Europe. So those are concrete details that could come up. But overall, I think this is a chance for Europe to show its support, to try to strengthen Ukraine as it's getting pressure not only from Russia, of course, but from the US president. As
Strengthen Ukraine for what? How can they strengthen Ukraine? Like I said, the only way to help Ukraine out, to actually help them win this, would be to put boots on the ground. And that's World War III. So nobody's willing to go into World War III for Ukraine. If Europe want to take that suicidal mission against fighting Russia, then guess what? They're going to lose against Russia most likely. So Europe, come on now, sit down and just let things happen. Let the peace deal go through. Don't try to sit there and make things better for Ukraine, because Ukraine can't even fight for a better situation for themselves.
You showed there, and to try and show its solidarity, as well as, of course, to get the update on what's happened in those talks. Eleni.
All right, Kay Sebastian, thank you so much for that update. Now another story we're following.
CNN's Elena Treen live at the White House for us this morning with the very latest. What's going to happen now today?
Well, look, I think the president and his administration are definitely keeping a close eye on these meetings that Zelensky is having in London, as you mentioned, with the leaders of France, Germany, and Britain. It really is a show of solidarity, as we're hearing from the U.S. and specifically from the president himself, kind of casting some skepticism over where things stand in this negotiation process on talks between Russia and Ukraine to try and end this war. I want you to listen to what President Trump told reporters yesterday, kind of raising criticism and pressure on Zelensky around this plan. Listen.
I have to say that I'm a little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago. His people love it, but he hasn't. Russia.
Yeah, because the people of Ukraine pretty much stopped getting dragged off the street into this war. They get Russian funds to help rebuild their cities and infrastructure. So of course the people of Ukraine love it, but Zelensky and Europe and the leaders of Europe, yeah, they don't want that for some reason. I have no idea why, but hey. Because I'm gonna be real with you, I see how Zelensky benefits off this, but I really don't see how the leaders of, the world leaders that are in NATO or Europe even benefits from this whatsoever.
Which is fine with it.
If anything, it seems like they're about to drag their ass into a war with Russia. And I'm gonna be real with you, we're gonna put our hands up at that too. Eventually, we're gonna stop letting NATO drag us into BS with Russia. We're just gonna be like, look, if you want to fight them, go ahead, but we're not backing you up. And I guarantee they're gonna sit their ass down after that.
Russia, I guess, would rather have the whole country when you think of it. But Russia is, I believe, fine with it. But I'm not sure that Zelensky is fine with it. His people love it. But yes.
Oh, and shout out to our man Gaming for sending 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support. And guys, let's go ahead and try to reach that goal by sending in $2 super chat or more, or just go ahead and send a gift, guys. Appreciate the support. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, let's go.
Ready.
Now, Kate, for those who have maybe not been following these talks as closely as I have, I mean, this is like whiplash. One moment you hear President Trump praising Zelensky, seeming to favor the Ukrainian position as he.
And I do get people's irritation with it, but like, oh, he's trying to give Russia parts of Ukraine. Yes, that Ukraine took, or not Ukraine took, but Russia took. They took this. You see this all right here? Yes, this is all Russia. This is big Russia's now. Unless they can fight and get this back, there is nothing they can do. There's no better deal we can give them. Everything depends on how Ukraine does on the battlefield. And if this is the results of it, there's nothing we can do. It's not that we're giving it to them. We can't give Russia anything. Russia won this land. They fought for it, and we can't help Ukraine push them back out of it. As much as we want to, as much as we would love to, we can't do it. Not without sacrificing our own American lives. And we're not doing that for Ukraine. We're not.
approaches talks. In another breath, though, he'll discuss Russian President Vladimir Putin more warmly. And this is kind of where we are now. It's a very hot and cold posture that he has been taking. Part of that, from my conversations with White House officials, is the president trying to ramp up pressure on the sides that he believes kind of needs goading into this deal. But all of this comes, I think the important context of this is, of course, where the talks stand now. There were talks in Miami on Thursday between the president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, as well as his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, meeting with Ukrainian officials. They met for hours, Kate, and really at that moment is when we saw talks really begin to stall. And that's over a number of things, including Ukraine, this idea of Ukraine surrendering key territories in the Donbas region to Russia, this idea of security guarantees, this idea of Ukraine potentially committing to not joining NATO in the future. All of those are the remaining sticking points that we are continuing to watch. That's part of why we're hearing the president kind of weigh in with some criticism now. We'll see where it all leads.
Yeah, that was all part of the 28-point peace plan, is that, Ukraine is going to remain neutral. It is never going to join NATO, and that's that. And not only that, but parts of Ukraine will now become de facto Russia. You guys can be as mad about this as you want, but it's not my fault, and it's not America's fault. It ain't even Trump's fault. It's the performance of Ukraine on the battlefield. Whatever leverage that we had on Russia, it depends on how Ukraine does on the battlefield. We was helping them out with the weapons and the money, and trust me, it didn't work. It didn't. And you can sit there and be like, well, it took Russia forever. Russia wasn't going as hard as they wanted to, because they don't see all Ukrainians as enemies. Remember, this is what Putin has also said. You can believe this or not, but he does believe that he is saving the ethnic Russians in those areas. So he's not so keen on just unleashing full tyranny upon Ukraine. Like, you got to remember that part as well. But do we really want to sit here and see this go on any further? Because Ukraine hasn't gotten anything. They keep losing more men and more land. So just because Russia's slow rolling it, does that mean that they're winning? Well, I mean that Ukraine is winning? Like, think about how you sound right now. Well, it's taking them a long time to win, so they're not winning. Bro, really? I mean, we're playing basketball and we're playing to like 15, right? It took me 3 hours somehow to get to 15 to beat your ass. Just because it took me 3 hours, did I lose? Okay, then.
Kate. Yeah, or doesn't, because it seems that it's definitely seems to not be moving in the moment, but critical day nonetheless. It's great to see you, Elena. Thank you, Sarah.
All right, to discuss many different things, including Ukraine, Democratic Congressman from Texas, Lloyd Doggett, is joining me now. He's a member of the House Budget and Ways and Means Committees. Thank you for being here this morning to discuss all these things. I know you just heard some of our reporting from Elena Petrin, the president trying to get a peace deal, of course, with Ukraine, but he's lashing out at Ukrainian President Zelensky, saying he hasn't read the deal yet. Meantime, his son, Donald Trump Jr., said this about Ukraine, and I want you.
Hey, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He's like, they better call Liam Neeson because it's taken. Bro, Castro, they're not ready for that joke. Like, come on. He said they better call Neeson. Oh my goodness, because Ukraine has been taken. They're cooked. I mean, the more extreme views, like my man Guest Dude said, bro, there is no longer a Ukraine. Oh shit. And where did all this patriotic support for Ukraine come from? From people in America? Like, what the hell is going on?
I'm going to take a listen.
Is your hunch that President Trump is going to walk away?
I think he may. What's good about my father and what's unique about my father is you don't know what he's going to do.
Let me ask you about that. Is it good that you don't know what he's going to do? And you heard Don Jr. say that he might walk away. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's certainly true that you never know what Donald Trump will do next. That's creating great uncertainty for so many American businesses and families struggling with the affordability crisis. But as to Ukraine, President Trump's position has really been pretty constant. Whatever Vladimir Putin wants, he wants to provide to him. And there are new reports.
No. The problem is that Vladimir Putin has won this war, so we're trying to end this as amicably as possible for the Ukrainians. Like, that's the problem. It's not that we're just giving Russia. I'm be real with you, Russia they want it. So it's not like they didn't deserve it. It's not like we're just giving them land that they didn't fight for, that they didn't push Ukrainian forces off of. Like, let's be real here. All the land that is being given to Russia, or that may be given to Russia, is land that they fought for and won, and that they can't be pushed off of. So us saying here that, oh, Trump is just giving them land. No, they're not. They're not. We're not giving them land. Trust me. They took it. They took it. If anything, Ukraine gave it to them. And for some reason, they're asking for us to negotiate it back for them. And that's not going to happen, to be quite honest with everybody. It's not.
Out that the principal motivation is that Trump and some of his family and friends see great profit potential. They're interested in how much of a buck they can make, not how many lives can be saved in Ukraine. I hope the Europeans will be able to step in and provide more of the support that Donald Trump is denying Ukraine. The performance that Trump had earlier in the year with Zelensky in the White House is one of the most disgraceful events that I've seen in American history.
Because we had to sit there and put that man in his place. We did something that you guys refused to do. Let this man know in front of the world that, yo, you don't have any cards in this war. You're losing any leverage. You're losing leverage day by day fighting Russia. Now, here we are with the peace deal, and everybody's shocked that everything is favored towards Russia. And it's been what I've been telling you for the past, I don't know, 6 months now, that Ukraine has been losing this war. They've been losing land, people, not more people than Russia. But let's be real. When Russia has a 2.2 million people army, or million side, 2.2 million, servicemen army, including reserves. Let's be real. Could Ukraine honestly stand up to that? Of course not. So you guys are honestly, and this is what's even worse, you guys are terrible. Because you're asking for these guys to keep on fighting, and they're gonna lose and they're gonna die, and you guys are only supporting this because you're not the one out there on the battlefield.
We need to stand by those who are fighting for freedom, those that are losing civilian lives every day from Putin's war crimes, and Trump's approach is absolutely outrageous.
I do want to ask you just to follow up on this, because about a couple of days after Donald Trump was reelected as president, his son put this meme out, and it was directed at Zelensky, and it said, 38 days from losing your allowance. If we can show that, I don't know if people remember that. Do you actually think that Trump will walk away from helping Ukraine? And if so, do you think there's any chance that Congress?
Yes, because we're not going to sit there and send Ukraine missiles, $1 million missiles, to shoot at $40 drones. We're not doing that. Okay, we're not going to put boots on the ground for Ukraine. We're not doing that. Okay. So a lot of these pro-Ukrainian guys, I mean, unless you're about to go in there and enlist in the Ukrainian army, I might want to shut up. All right, you'll be okay.
We'll try to intervene.
Well, sadly, this Congress is totally a pawn of Donald Trump. They can't seem to stand up to Donald Trump on anything with the
It's not about standing up to Donald Trump, bro. It's not. Like, the fact that you're even trying to make this about Trump shows how delusional some of these people are. No, it's not about Donald Trump. It's about the fact that Putin is dominating on the battlefield. Trump can't control that, okay?
Exception of the handful that stood up on the Epstein files, and a couple that are questioning this outrageous conduct that he's been involved in and murdering survivors in the Caribbean. With his purported drug war, at the same time he pardons someone who was
like, bro, no, like, I love these comments because these always come up when I talk about the Russian-Ukraine war. Are you getting paid, Set? I mean, paid for my viewers, for my viewership and my supporters, yes, but paid from Russia, no. Had 1 ruble, not one. But if Russia would like to start sending rubles, I got you.
Convicted of getting drugs in the United States. I think that Donald Trump is determined to help Putin. If he walks away, it won't be much different than what he's done to date, which is to walk away from doing anything to help Ukraine, not sending any American dollars there, simply being willing to provide weapons for Europeans to buy to provide to the Ukrainians. There is valuable intelligence that we provide Ukraine, and his walking away, if it means cutting off intelligence and giving them less ability to protect themselves from.
That's the problem. I mean, Ukraine can't protect themselves without our intelligence, without our support, our weaponry, without really without Europe's support either, or without the weaponry that they buy from us, that Europe buys from us to send to Ukraine. So they need too much help just to beat Russia, and we're over here deluding ourselves as if Ukraine could beat Russia when they need to beg us for missiles that Russia already has. I mean, come on, guys, let's make this make sense now.
These attacks by Putin on civilians, that would be harmful.
Congressman Lloyd Doggett, thank you. Appreciate you coming on.
Shout out Castro. I just seen that comment. You're funny. Shout out to my man Castro. And shout out to the rest of y'all. Guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video because we're going to get into it just a little bit more. Shout out to our guys at Redacted. Putin to NATO, man. Let's go ahead and get into this.
Well, NATO is getting ready to preemptively attack Russia. You can't make this up. And it makes sense. NATO and Europe have thrown everything they can at this conflict. And of course, it hasn't worked. Now, their next plan is to preemptively attack Russia. Desperate people do desperate things when they're backed into a corner. And as Moon of Alabama so astutely pointed out in the piece this morning, Politico was the first to report this insane idea. Europe thinks the unthinkable, retaliating against Russia. Yeah, it's unthinkable, right? So quoting now from this piece, Russia's drones and agents are unleashing attacks across NATO countries. Lie. And a lot of that has been already debunked, but doesn't matter, right? Ursula von der Leyen even said that her plane was like kept in the air too long thanks to Russia, like Russia was doing it. Turns out that was also debunked and proven wrong. So there's a lot of like fake stories about how Russia's attacking NATO countries right now. Anyway, NATO countries and Europe is now doing what would have seemed outlandish just a few years ago. Now NATO is planning how to hit back. Ideas range from joint offensive cyber operations against Russia and faster, more coordinated attribution of hybrid attacks, whatever that means, quickly pointing the finger at Moscow to surprise NATO-led military exercises. So these are 2 European government officials and 3 EU diplomats are quoted as saying, thanks to Politico. Financial Times also on this. NATO considers being more aggressive against Russia's hybrid warfare. Quoting now, Italian Admiral Giuseppe Covo Dragoni told the Financial Times that the Western military alliance was looking at stepping up its response to hybrid warfare from Moscow. Some diplomats, especially from Eastern European countries, have urged NATO to stop being merely reactive and now hit back. Okay. And they say a preemptive strike could be considered a defensive action.
Bro.
So we're going to preemptively attack.
That's crazy as hell. That's like punching some god body in the face and for no really reason. They didn't attack you or anything, right? They didn't attack you, not nothing. You just go up there, punch them in the face and say, sorry, bro, I was taking defensive action. Like, bro, what? Like Russia has not attacked not one country in Europe, not one country in NATO, but y'all gonna hit them and say, oh, we're taking defensive action. Like, bro, what? Y'all can't be serious, bro. Come on now. You would think the American people gonna buy that?
You stupid.
Like, come on now.
You stupid.
Russia, but we're going to call it defensive because Russia is going to attack us, even though there's no evidence at all that Russia has any intention of planning to hit other NATO countries. This provocation. And when you can imagine, of course, the Russians are taking this very seriously. They know exactly what they're up to. Putin responded by saying this: we will go from being a special military operation to full-blown war overnight. Watch.
I've said that 100 times. We have no plans of fighting against Europe. But if Europe wants to fight and they start this fight, then we are ready right now. There is no doubt about this. But the only question is, if Europe starts the war, unleashes this war, because that's not Ukraine. With Ukraine, we use some surgical means. We are trying to be really careful.
Because from the mouth of Putin himself, he says, bro, they're not, that's wild to say. He pretty much say, look, y'all ain't Ukraine, bro. We handle Ukraine very carefully because of the ethnic Russians in there. We are not going to treat you like, bro, Putin's pretty much telling you, Europe, we're not going to treat you like Ukraine. We're going to recklessly bomb the shit out of you. And if you think Ukraine was bad, then wait till what they do to you. And this is basically me blackifying what Putin has said. He's pretty much saying, look, you think we did Ukraine bad? F around and find out. We can do you guys 10 times worse. And that is something I do not like to hear. I'm gonna be honest with you. That exactly what went off in my head. And I'm just thinking like, ooh, this could be a terrible moment. But Europe, I mean, do you really want to find out?
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Every time.
Ukraine. With Ukraine, we use some surgical means. We are trying to be really careful. Because you understand why. This is not a war in the direct sense of the word. And Europe, all of a sudden, wants to start a war. And if it does start a war, then very rapidly there might be a situation where we have no one to negotiate with.
Damn.
Because there won't be anyone left, because this will be a World War III.
Literally.
So did you hear his point? I mean, what we've been doing against Ukraine has been like small and like surgical, special military operation. So Europe wants to actually go into a full-blown war with Russia? Absolutely madness. So you guys have heard of the bearskin hoodie, right?
It's literally
my favorite
insane to
hoodie.
even
It's the
think
one
they
I'm
would
wearing
try
right
that.
now with the removable patches on the side. This thing is built like
I mean, it's insane. It's like you guys were literally are trying to line up for war with Russia, and Putin just pretty much admitted why he's taking so long to dominate Ukraine, because dominating Ukraine was never the objective. It was always to secure that region of Ukraine, to have the ethnic speaking, to have the, well, Russian people or the ethnically Russian people. So when you guys sit there and talk about, well, it took him forever. Yeah, he slow rolled it on purpose. His plans wasn't to pretty much vaporize Ukraine or to dominate them. It was honestly one to make sure they're not in NATO and to make sure that the the ethnically Russian Ukrainians are protected. And that's why he was slow rolling it. He's telling Europe that you're not going to get that same grace because there are not that many ethnically Russian people there. So I'm going to bomb you recklessly. I mean, do we really want to find out? Do we really want to find out if he's BSing us or not? Do we? Because I don't. Lord knows I don't. I don't want that. Here's the thing. He's not even going to be bombing us. He's going to be bombing Europe. Not us, but Europe. And I don't want that for y'all. But all right, let's go ahead and get into the next video.
In Louisiana, Republican Senator John Kennedy. Thank you very much, Senator, for joining the Sunday briefing. Pleasure to have you this morning, sir.
Good morning.
So a lot of us who spend enough time around the president, myself included, sort of understand what he means when he's saying that affordability is a con job. He's pointing to the Democrats' ability to win on affordability messaging because he says that things were expensive under Biden and certainly not affordable. But not everyone speaks Trump, and Democrats are trying to seize on that. You had a senior Obama advisor posting a clip that you just saw with the caption, "Expect to see this clip in approximately 1 million ads over the next 11 months." Does President Trump, in your mind, Senator, need to come up with a different go-to line when he talks about affordability on this messaging tour?
Yep. You need to stop saying that it's a hoax and just keep saying that, look, the Dems blaming this on me is a hoax. You guys being on my ass about affordability when I'm only 11 months in is BS. But the fact that y'all want to talk about the price increase, the 20% price increase across the board under Biden is crazy. That y'all don't want to talk about that. That's how Trump should tackle it. You shouldn't just sit there and say, oh, affordability is a hoax and start going off on the things that he's doing good on. Like, trust me, you're not doing good across the board, homie, but you are doing good in certain parts.
Jackie, you don't need to be Euclid to figure this out. A few years ago, we had 9% inflation. Prices were going up 9% a year. That inflation didn't originate in a vat. It was man-made, and that man's name is Joe Biden. President Biden was an inflation machine. Now, since then, the Trump administration, Republicans in Congress, and the Federal Reserve have gotten inflation down from 9% to 3%. So things are better, but they're not well. The truth is there are limited things that the executive branch can do. Only Congress can solve this problem, and specifically the United States Senate. And what we need to do in the United States Senate is get up off our ice cold, lazy butts and start passing bills. We don't need Democratic votes to do it. We can do it through reconciliation, just like we did the One Big Beautiful bill. We have over 200 tax code changes already that will stimulate the economy and increase wages. We've got a housing bill to reduce the cost of housing already in the hopper. Health care is another issue. We need to reform the Obamacare. We need to go to site neutrality. We need PBM reform. There are a whole host of things we can do, and if I could do them on my own, I would, but I don't have control of the floor. And I have been preaching to my colleagues in the Senate for months now that we need to do another reconciliation bill, and I'm going to chase them like they
Agreed, because yeah, the 31st is coming up soon. And are you guys going to expend the subsidies? Do you have anything better than the ASA subsidies or what? Because if you don't, then extend the subsidies. As much as y'all don't want to do it, and as much as it's just money that goes to the insurance companies, is better than insurance premiums doubling and tripling. And that's just going to screw the Republicans for the midterm if they don't take action on the ACA subsidies.
stole Christmas until they agree with me. I don't know why we're sitting here doing nothing.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, while Congress works toward passing these bills, there is some work to be done for the president to turn attitudes around. You had a Politico headline that reads, Trump's own voters begin blaming him for affordability crisis. This is according to their poll. The article says that nearly half of Americans, 46%, say the cost of living is the worst they can remember it being. 46% also say that it is President Trump's economy now and his responsibility to deal with it. And strikingly, his numbers.
Yeah, see, and like I said, they're usually saying that due to being misinformed, because think about it like this. You're trying to actually to fix an affordability crisis of 20% price increase across the board from 4 years ago. And this was happening for 4 years straight. And you guys, like I said, for some reason, it wasn't tackled by the Dems. Like affordability was not a problem for the Dems, even though it was getting out of control under them. But for some reason, Trump was supposed to be able to fix this within just 11 months. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. I mean, due to the fact that that price increase over those 4 years under Biden has not went anywhere, we are now have to wait on wages to increase and the cooling down of inflation, which Trump has actually succeeded on the cooling down of inflation. But the raising of wages has yet to be, well, achieved. Well, I would say this. We lost $3,000 in buying power, and we probably gained back like $1,200. We're still in the hole.
His numbers there are weakest among people who voted for him but don't identify as MAGA Republicans. Do you take all that to be a warning sign ahead of the midterms that this coalition of new voters that were brought into the party and propelled President Trump to a second term, that coalition is falling apart over affordability?
I don't think the coalition is falling apart. I think that when the American people speak, you better listen to them. And I think that we need the president and the United States Senate need to be working on things that moms and dads worry about when they lie down to sleep at night and can't. And one of the things is the cost of living. And what I'm telling you is there are things we can do that the president can't do. But in order to do it, the United States Senate has to get up off its ice cold, lazy butt. And you can't use the excuse, well, the Democrats won't go along with it. Of course they won't. But we don't need their votes. We can do it through reconciliation with a simple Republican majority.
Can you do something, though, on health care with the Republican majority only? Because, how can Republicans position themselves as the affordability party if you've got ACA subsidies expiring, premiums could end up doubling or tripling. And then, you run the risk of people looking around and saying, Republicans had a chance to stave off my near-term costs going up even further, and they chose not to do it. I mean, are we at a position?
Well, actually, I mean, and that's kind of like the trick bag with the ACA subsidies, because if people are looking for their health insurance premium not to go up, even with the ACA subsidies being signed, your healthcare premium still goes up by 18 to 30%. Without them being signed, it doubles or triples. So if you're looking for there to be no price increase, or you don't think that you're going to be paying more, I'm sorry, but you're mistaken. You will actually still be paying about 18 to 30% more.
now where you've got to just extend it temporarily, at least, while the bigger problem gets solved?
No, we need to do a health care bill as part of reconciliation. We need to invite the Democrats to join with us, and a few might, but most of them won't.
Maria Salazar, who serves on House Foreign Affairs. Welcome, Madam Congresswoman. There is a Nobel Peace.
My bad, guys. I say we're about to get into Venezuela because there's a lot going on over there now. Well, not really a lot going on. It's pretty much the same as usual. But the thing is, we've been pretty much getting confused about what we really want over there. And we thought it was about, the oil. Shoot, we thought it was about regime change. But really, it's about hemispherical power and the United States controlling everything on our side of the hemisphere or our side of the world.
Prize-winning woman waiting in the wings to lead Venezuela. How much longer does Maduro have?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Always great to be with you. I think he has hours or days. The latest information is that Maduro just offered to the Trump administration for him to leave, and in his replacement, leave this lady by the name of Delcy Rodriguez, who happens to be his vice president. What gall. What gall these people have. Communists are in the business of power. This lady is worse than Maduro. The vice president is the one who runs the repressive apparatus where the political prisoners are being tortured. She has enriched herself $70-80 billion in trafficking gold. But thank God that the Trump administration knows exactly who they're dealing with. And we're dealing, like you said at the beginning in your introduction, the Venezuelans. That's why the Americans, the average American citizen, needs to care about what's happening, because they have given a platform, a beachhead to our enemies, China, Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Russians.
Okay, now, Hamas, come on now. Hamas, you tripping. Now, the problem is that they work with China very closely and they work with Iran very closely. I think they also work with Russia as well. They work with all of our enemies, and it's like our enemy has like a pipeline to our side of the hemisphere, basically the Western hemisphere. And Trump is trying to establish a new doctrine of hemispherical dominance. So you guys, we're pretty much going to come to an agreement like, look, Russia, China, you handle your side, we'll handle our side. We deal with the countries over here and they're up under our power umbrella. You deal with the countries over there under your power umbrella. And we'll back out of NATO and you guys do what you do. All right. All right. And we'll just focus on our side and dominate over here. That's what we look like we're going for right now. And like I said, it's all about removing any type of enemy influence out of our hemisphere.
So it's time to, and besides, they are terrorists, they're drug traffickers. So this is.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreement, just $2 and up helps us get to our goal and helps help the stream be more engaging. Appreciate the support, guys.
Important for us, the average American citizen, and I applaud President Trump.
All right, let me follow up and touch on both of the issues you raised. Number one, how is Nicolas Maduro in a position to dictate the terms of any succession plan? Number two, tell our viewers why they should care what is happening in Venezuela. They care very much about the Middle East, and Venezuela is much closer to home.
And I think that's a very good point.
Yeah, do you see the spin they're trying to put on everybody right now? They're trying to get you to worry about what's only going on in our side of the hemisphere. And they're trying to get you to see, like, look, why worry about, what's going on this side? Let's mainly focus on our side and dominating what's on our side. And that's it.
That you're making. It's just like Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said, if we want to make America first, we want to make America great and put America first. What happens in our backyard, the proximity, they're so close to us that we could be harmed first very rapidly. For instance, the drug that is coming from Colombia is Venezuela is the launching pad, and then that's why it gets to Miami and to the rest of to the United States so quickly, because Maduro has given Iran a platform and the terrorist organizations to launch attacks, not only drug trafficking but terrorist attacks, to the United States.
I do not believe that. Trying to tie Maduro into links with the Middle East is wild. Now you're trying to say that what Hamas, like Al Qaeda, what they're out here helping Venezuela carry these drug boats across the Caribbean Sea? Or is that what you're really trying to convince the American people of? Are you trying to use the Islamophobia or the fear mongering of Muslims to promote why we should get into a Venezuela, or why we should put boots on the ground, or want regime change in Venezuela? Is that what the spin is now? Really? All right. Just, if we could tie them to Hezbollah, we could tie them to Hamas, people will want to go to war with Venezuela. Like, that's all we got to do is tie them to the people that were already bombing.
We need to protect our backyard. And the good thing is that the Venezuelans voted against Maduro fair and square last year. And you just mentioned that the Nobel Peace Prize winner this year, Maria MCM, she won 80-20. So what we're doing is the right thing, and it's good for our young Americans. Drugs is we heard it, fentanyl, cocaine, all that has been flooding our streets for years. What President Trump is doing right now is putting an end to that, specifically Venezuela, which is the major launching pad for drug trafficking into our country.
All right, before I let you go, it just doesn't seem like Nicolas Maduro has many cards to play. I mean, I hear rumors that he wants to leave the country. He's trying to negotiate for asylum. I mean, you don't get to pick your successor when you're running out of town with your hair on fire. If President Trump happens to be watching tonight, sometimes he does, what would you tell him to keep doing or to do more of, or what would your advice be on Venezuela?
Well, and I thank you for the opportunity. And he's heard it. He's going to hear it from me, and he's hearing from his advisor, specifically Marco Rubio. He has the legal framework to take Maduro out. This is not a conventional war where we're invading a country and we're taking out a legitimate president. We're talking about someone who was indicted in 2020 by a federal grand jury for drug trafficking. We're talking about someone who signed with the Biden administration, a piece of paper called the Barbados Accords, saying that he was going to give free and fair elections, and if he lost those elections, he was going to leave. Right?
Yeah, with the Biden administration, we promised this guy to give him back his drug trafficking friend and family member. We gave it back to him. He said he was going to hold a fair election. He held an election, but it wasn't a fair one, and now we're at our wits' end with the man.
He has violated his 5 times with the United States, 5 types of agreements. So it's time for him to say goodbye. He can go to Qatar, enjoy his millions, and allow for Venezuelans to flourish again as a free and independent country.
Look, I'm sure Israel is important to many of our viewers. It is me. I'm sure it is you as well. Venezuela happens to be in our own hemisphere, and I think we need
hemisphere. That's going to be, look, man, that's going to be the buzzword. Well, I'm telling you.
To pay attention to what is happening there, and we need to care what is happening there. Maria Salazar, thank you for doing a wonderful job as always.
We're pulling back. Instead of attacking anything that threatens our global power, we're going to draw it back to anything that's threatening our hemispherical power, which is a little bit more easier to, have control of, to be quite honest with you. But all right, now let's get over to Redacted, and let's get the real of what's going on, or what Trump's real plan is.
Our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point.
A tipping point? Folks, that might be the understatement of the year, because while the media is obsessing over clickbait and manufactured outrage, NATO's worst nightmare is quietly becoming reality, and the technocratic control of the United States under Palantir and Peter Thiel and all of those guys is happening in real time. And yes, everything is changing right before our eyes. I'm going to show you exactly how this is unfolding. So over the past 48 hours, I received exclusive information from sources, information that has not been reported anywhere else. And here it is that 2 Russian nuclear submarines have arrived off the coast of Venezuela, and more are on their way. This is in addition to the Russian battleships and cruisers, which have already headed to the region, and that has been reported.
And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. And you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, or just send a gift to support the show. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it.
Anywhere else. And here it is that 2 Russian nuclear submarines have arrived off the coast of Venezuela. And more are on their way. This is in addition to the Russian battleships and cruisers, which have already headed to the region, and that has been reported. Let that sink in. These are not patrol ships. These are not advisors. These are nuclear submarines. And if you understand Russia's nuclear submarine fleet right now, this should set off alarms, because Russia's undersea nuclear capability is not just competitive with the United States, it's blowing us away. It surpasses us in several key areas: in size, in stealth, innovation. Their 2 new style submarines are the apex predators of the ocean right now, and we can't compete. And they are parked right now in our hemisphere. Why? Because something much bigger is happening behind the scenes, something Washington and Brussels don't want to talk about. They keep talking around it, but we're going to talk straight at it today. And here it is. Last week, President Trump quietly unveiled what insiders are now calling the Trump Doctrine. You could call it the Trump Corollary. It's a seismic rewriting of the U.S. grand strategy that effectively ends the unipolar order that America has dominated since 1945. The U.S. as the reserve currency, as the superpower. Gone. Trump just declared it. Dare I say that this is a game changer? You probably didn't hear about it because the media totally ignored it, completely actually. But Europe heard it. China heard it. Russia definitely heard it, hence the submarines. And Trump told the truth that NATO never once spoken out loud. There are now 3 great powers in the world: the United States, China, and Russia. That's it.
Yeah, even though they want to treat, don't want to treat Russia like a superpower, and they don't want to respect Russia like a superpower, they're gonna have to. Actually, since shout out to NATO, due to NATO's help with Ukraine, that kind of helped Russia expand their borders. So I mean, I don't know what else to tell y'all, but yeah, you guys supporting that war was a complete failure. Now Russia's even a stronger superpower than it already was.
Europe, according to Trump's own national security team, Europe will cease to be relevant within 20 years. Their entire civilization changed forever. This isn't me saying this. This is the Trump administration's official view, written down in a new doctrine. Trump's new strategy document essentially stunned the mainstream by bluntly stating that Europe faces a civilizational collapse, and it will be finished in 20 years. And of course, that means the death of NATO, a fossil that no longer is relevant. Colonel Douglas McGregor reacted to this on our show earlier this week by saying bluntly that NATO is dead. Watch.
NATO is disintegrating.
Cooked.
We're trying to maintain this facade that such an alliance actually existed as meaningful. But if you look at Berlin right now and Germany is like a volcano that is beginning to erupt.
This is the real world now. And Trump, unlike the neocons, is acknowledging it. So let's talk about Venezuela, because what you're being told is the same.
Yeah, like I told you, like we're taking them back from global dominance. We're walking them back from global dominance to hemispherical dominance. Like we're going to focus on what's on our hemisphere and not what's going on the other side of the world, which would probably be best for us at this point. Trying to be a global military power has not worked out for us.
Sanitized version of what's happening there. You're told it's about narco-terrorism. That's a lie, of course, as we've debunked. So if you go one layer deeper, you probably think, oh, then it's about oil. But it's not even about that. You're told, oh, it's about Maduro. It's not about that either. Oh, it's about restoring democracy. Nope, it's not that. The real story that no insiders want to talk about is this. China is deeply entwined in Venezuela. China built the refineries. China built the infrastructure. They're building ports all through Latin America. China refines 30% of Venezuela's oil just off the coast in the Orinco Belt.
Yep, and we want to get that influence out of here. I mean, if anybody's going to be benefiting on our side of the hemisphere, it's going to be us. And I mean, I believe that's what Trump is stamping down on. He's like, look, no longer we're going to let you guys just work with China and let China dominate our side of the hemisphere. No, we're going to look, is either you're going to separate from China and get with us, or we will just take you guys over. And what goes on for their side of the world? Well, I mean, that's Russia and China's business. That's their region. We're going to focus on our region. And a lot of people are not going to like that. I'll be real with you. A lot of people actually depend on us to be the world police.
So yes, it's about oil, but it's about China's influence in our hemisphere, full stop. And Trump's new doctrine is a blunt reassertion of the Monroe Doctrine. The Western Hemisphere belongs to us, not Beijing. And the moment Trump publicly rolled out this new strategy, guess who showed up? Russia sent nuclear submarines to Venezuela to say, hey, we're here too. And you don't get to box us out. Are we playing this game? And what sources are telling me right now is that these three superpowers are shifting everything. Trump's own documents now say China is not an enemy, they're an economic competitor. The new Trump doctrine says we're done being the cops of the world, essentially. It says Taiwan, yeah, it's important, but it's not important if other countries aren't going to pay their fair share to actually assist in the defense of Taiwan, like Europe. In other words, Trump is saying we're going to start keeping our eyes on our own paper, and you'd better start doing the same because we're not going to pay for it anymore. Now, the Trump doctrine isn't just anti-China. It also sidelines Moscow in a big way. It says America is no longer trying to run the entire planet, only its own hemisphere. But Fortress America.
I'm sorry, bro. You retarded? This guy right here just said there is no Western Hemisphere. There's only North and South. I'm like, bro, there's Western, Eastern Hemisphere. And yes, there is a Northern and Southern Hemisphere. Like, actually, there's all of them. Like, bro. Go back to geography, bro. I'm sorry, but you're not smart enough to be in this conversation, apparently.
America, essentially. And this is where the concerns about a technocratic rise in America come into play, right? It's for our security that we need to have all this biometric scanning and surveillance under Palantir. So we're going to see how that part unfolds. But if Trump can pull this off, it's going to piss off a lot of war hawks at NATO who want us to go to war with Russia, who want us to invade Venezuela, who want us to keep bombing Somalia and the Houthis in Yemen. This is a massive shift, the biggest since 1945. From a global policeman to a continental superstate. Can we pull it off? That means enormous opportunities here at home if this happens. You can already see it in construction and manufacturing. The demand for electrical engineers in this country is off the charts. Forget those like little bloggers that sit on a beach and write like travel blogs. No. What America needs now are real people that know how to do real jobs. Trump has essentially admitted something the political class never wanted to say out loud, that tariffs alone have not stopped China. The supply chain still sits in Asia. And our entire manufacturing base is hollowed out and gone. So now he's doing something much more radical. He's cutting off the hemisphere, a sealed economic and military wall, a fortified hemisphere, a return to pre-World War II strategic thinking, which we had in the United States, but on steroids. And this is why mass manufacturing is now being forced back into the United States. Rare earth mining is being nationalized, essentially. I mean, the U.S. is literally investing in precious metals, silver, copper, nickel. It's a vital national security interest, as Trump has declared it.
True.
Tariffs are being weaponized, of course, and Chinese influence is being ripped out of Latin America by force if necessary. Will they go quietly? Let's see how this plays out. Will Xi Jinping blink? Will Putin blink? This is not a policy tweak. This is a civilizational pivot right now. And the rest of the world is reacting. Europe is melting down. As Moon of Alabama put it bluntly, the new U.S. strategy strangles Europe, competes with China, and forgets the rest. And Europe knows it. They're done. Because if America withdraws its global NATO umbrella and China and Russia rise, which they are, then Europe essentially becomes irrelevant. And they know what's coming. Demographic collapse, energy shortages you're seeing all over Germany, industrial decline, a dependent military, a migrant crisis that cannot be reversed. Europe is staring at extinction as a geopolitical actor, and Trump just said it out loud and put it in a policy paper. This is why we're seeing panic behind the scenes. And speaking of panic, here's something else that sources have told me. There are 11,000 Chinese engineers currently in the United States. What are they doing here? Engineers? Not students, not tourists. Engineers. And U.S. officials admit they have no idea where many of them are or what exactly they're even doing.
What?
So let me repeat that. Thousands of Chinese engineers inside the United States as Trump rolls out a doctrine designed explicitly to keep Eastern influence out of our hemisphere. over the past 4 years under Biden.
Seems like Trump done switched up on the plan though, because remember, Trump said that at the beginning of November, or actually into October, about the 600,000 Chinese workers that I guess he agreed with China to let in. Now that he released this document, like what, in November? Yeah, it's kind of sounding like that might be dead. It's like, no, we're only going to depend on the people on this side of the hemisphere and not worry about what's going on over there. And you know what? I'm actually for it. I'm all for it. This is the America first that I'm talking about. Why not?
200,000 Chinese came into the United States, 200,000. And of course, Trump wants to open the doors for 500,000 students to come in, which is all very weird, right? So do you see like a weird collision course happening here? 2026 is going to be an absolute mess. The economic front is collapsing. At the same time, the geopolitical world is shifting. Right now, the United States businesses are going bankrupt at a blistering pace. New report out this week that we are entering a year where the economy breaks apart. NATO fractures and breaks apart. China tightens its grip. Russia plants nuclear submarines in our backyard. And America declares a new hemispheric empire.
Yep.
This is why Trump said we are at a tipping point. This is why you feel the tension right now. You feel why.
Yeah, he said it so calmly, but yeah, we are at a tipping point. A lot's going on. We're establishing hemispherical power. And I mean, Europe is basically collapsing. Shoot. And then, of course, we got to deal with the fact that taking hemispherical power means that we got to get Russia influence and China, which is the hardest one, influence out of our hemisphere. And if that's the case, that means we're most likely probably going to let China take Taiwan then, if that's the case. If China can't interfere on our side, then we're going to pretty much call fair is fair and be like, all right, well, we won't interfere when you guys take Taiwan. And I know a lot of people are going to lose their shit about that.
Neocons are melting down. And according to journalist Lara Logan, who I spoke to this week, she says there are people inside Trump's own circle actively trying to sabotage this doctrine, this plan, before it even starts. Listen to what she told me this week.
There are questions, valid questions about a lot of people.
Yeah, because it's America first. And the whole hemispherical power means that we're no longer going to get involved in Israel or any other Middle Eastern countries BS. And here's the thing is, I mean, bro, the pro-Israel guys don't like it. The pro-Ukrainian guys don't like it. The neocons don't like it. So a lot of groups don't like it and wants to stop this. And I mean, because they want to be or attempt to be the world's police.
Number of people, I wouldn't say a lot, but a number of people.
That just leads us into constant conflicts that they make money off of. So I'm all for this hemispherical power, a focus on hemispherical power.
Or it even starts. Listen to what she told me this week.
There are questions, valid questions about a lot of people, a number of people, I wouldn't say a lot, but a number of people in this administration that have yet to be answered that are cause for some concern because of the lack of action that has followed.
So guys, this is the opening move of a new global order. One hemisphere under America, one hemisphere under China, one Eurasian superbloc that's under Russia and China combined. 3 poles, 3 empires, no Europe, no NATO, no unipolar world.
And that's where we're heading to. This is where I say we're at a tipping point. And it's like a fight for supremacal power. Like we're for, well, I ain't gonna go lie. Well, supremacy in their region. And here's the thing. I mean, America, we ain't got no competition in our region. So it's looking like the plan would be to withdraw all troops on that side of the hemisphere from all over, everywhere from Taiwan all the way out to Portugal. I mean, all of Asia and Europe, and including Africa, we're pulling all troops out, focusing on our side of the hemisphere and dominance on our side. And we're going to go ahead and let China and Russia divvy up what they want over there. And so we might be seeing a crazy future where, well, I ain't gonna lie, Russia does take all of Europe. And we might be dealing with a crazy future where, well, I'm be real with you. Like, it's probably going to be Russia and China that's divvying up Africa and divvying up Australia and divvying up Taiwan. And I mean, hey, it is what it is. I'm not sure what that future looks like all the way through, but hey, it sounds like we're going to be more America first than, well, dealing with every problem on the other side of the world.
It's playing the cops. So I think this is the most important geopolitical shift of our lifetime, and nobody in the mainstream press is covering it, of course. So we'll see how this all unfolds. So that's the news update part of today's video. Now I want to tell you about today's sponsor, which is tied directly to this massive geopolitical shift right now. We're seeing right now and this overwhelming demand for precious metals. So the nominal all-time high of silver from 45 years ago is now toast, burnt toast. This current bull market is so different than the 1980 spectacle and the 2025 surge and the sound of industrial warfare escalating right now between the United States, China, Russia, and the BRICS nations. Each of the three major silver bull markets over the past 54 years have begun when this chart tops. And that's what it looks like today. Look at this. Silver is also reacting to the AI and robotics drain. Every single advanced technology that's crucial to the United States right now, the U.S. versus China supremacy race.
But all right, now, before we get at let's go ahead and move on with that one. But yes, that's what seems to be going on right now, or that seems to be Trump's plan. We're pulling back from being the global police, and we're going to start focusing on our side of the globe. I know a lot of people are not going to like that, and I'll be real with you. I think if we actually carry that all the way through, it's not going to look good in implementation, but it's going to look better in the future, in my belief. I mean, we're going to save a whole lot of money on foreign aid. I know that. But all right, now let's get over here into the left side of media.
Here's my take. One of the differences between Donald Trump's second term compared to his first has been a full-blown attack on the expert class. J.D. Vance urges that we trust our common sense over the ideas of the experts. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is actively overruling the views of the medical establishment on issues like vaccines. Pam Bondi forces out Justice Department officials who prize professionalism over personal loyalty. Stephen Miller has declared war on NGOs. It is part of an American cultural revolution designed to discredit the credentialed elites who, in their view, run America. It's true that over the last few decades, America has spawned a meritocracy armed with Ivy League degrees and specific skills and training that has come to dominate business, government, media, and culture. And it is also true that it can morph into a group of smug technocrats who lose touch with the society they come from. But before we join the pylon, let's keep in mind that the rise of a merit-based elite is a historic shift in the right direction. What did we have before? An old boys network in which the right family name, religion, prep school, and club assured your passage to the top? Meritocracy, however imperfect, opened doors. It promoted people on the basis of their aptitude and academic excellence, bringing Catholics, Jews, Asians, and Blacks into the American establishment. It placed a premium on competence over lineage, on work over patrimony. The real problems of meritocracy are best addressed by creating better access to high-quality education, fewer non-merit mechanisms like legacy admissions and racial quotas, more rigorous grading, and a renewed respect for non-professional work skills. In other words, more emphasis on genuine merit and real efforts to make sure everyone has access to opportunity. But as the populist right trashes meritocracy, it is replacing it with something older, cruder, and more corrosive.
I mean, bro, some people are slow. Like 1776 war practice. Bro, you're kind of slow if you don't think that we can remove those bases at any time and just leave these countries for themselves. I mean, we do it all the time at will, depending on the president. So, I mean, you're honestly slow if you don't think we can't remove those guys. I mean, Woody or Woodney, I mean, honestly, you're not even worth... I don't even know why. You know what? F it. I'll be real with you. There isn't really no use addressing you guys because you can't really address an argument. You guys just nitpick.
A naked plutocracy ruled by the very rich. We now have the wealthiest cabinet in history, stocked with billionaires and centimillionaires.
The wealthiest cabinet in history. I mean, bro, what does that have to do, well, with how they're doing the job? I mean, you could sit there and get mad at their wealth, but we're kind of just looking for the merits here. And if your argument is on merits, well, usually to be rich, you gotta have some merits behind you. And not all of these guys came from money. Like, let's be real. Scott Besson ain't come from money. J.D. Vance ain't come from money. I'm gonna be real with you. There's more guys on this list that didn't come from money, that just happened to work hard and make it. So I don't know if you really want to make this argument, but let's hear it.
Wealthiest cabinet in history, stocked with billionaires and centimillionaires. Immense wealth is seen as the single best qualification to run anything. Since Elon Musk is the world's richest man,
Okay,
he must be
bro.
qualified to tackle the entire federal government.
Bro, I'm pretty sure if I go through the Biden administration's appointees or his cabinet and his administration, I'm going to find a lot of millionaires and billionaires as well. This has been something that's been going on in multiple presidencies. So for you to point it out under Trump is absolutely petty, because you could do the same thing with the Biden administration, run their net worth, and I'm guaranteeing you most of these guys are worth probably more than $5 million.
Okay, he overruled a bunch of experts who spent decades understanding how to stop the spread of AIDS in Africa. But the thinking these days is, if they were so smart, how come they aren't rich? Billionaires are today regarded as fonts of wisdom on everything, and even dispense oracular advice on dating. Outside of the hubris of such thinking is the genuine problem of conflicts of interest. In May, a cryptocurrency company created by Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump, and their sons announced that it received a $2 billion investment from a firm controlled by Sheikh Tahnoun, the national security advisor of the United Arab Emirates. Just 2 weeks later, the White House agreed to a plan to give the UAE access to the highest-end AI chips from America, a plan negotiated by Tahnoun.
Yeah, but when they invest like trillions of dollars for it, I mean, it's only fair. These guys are investing trillions of dollars into our market, into our economy, into our job market as well. So, I mean, you got to give them something. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like unreasonable how you're nitpicking right now, Fareed. It don't even make any sense. Like, so what? They're supposed to invest trillions of dollars. We don't give them anything at all. Oh, thank for the trillion. We're just going to walk off into the sunset and give you nothing. No, that's not how it works. Since they're actually investing heavily in our AI infrastructure, they're going to get something for that.
And advocated by Witkoff within the White House. We are to believe that there is no connection between these two decisions. One number surely says it all. A Reuters special report calculates that the Trump Organization's income for the first half of 2024 was...
Oh, and shout out to Asher Rose for sending in the hundreds for 2 jewels. Well, altogether, you sent in about 4 of them, so appreciate the support. That's pretty much about, I guess, 6. And shout out to Keely Torres. She sent in 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support. Hey, shout out. Appreciate you guys.
About $51 million and about $864 million in the first half of 2025. That is a leap of roughly 1,600%. To give you a rough sense of how steep that rise is, NVIDIA's net income rose about 44% in that same time frame. Take the almost parodic example of plutocratic politics. The planned $300 million White House ballroom, funded by private donors, many of whose fortunes depend on federal contracts.
I mean, dog, a lot of these people's fortune depend on the success of America. Bro, there are foreign companies who depends on the success of America. So for them to sit there and bend the knee to the American government because, you know, for either subsidies or anything like that, it actually makes pretty good sense. It really does. So like I said, I'm not sure where this hating is coming from for the rich right now, but bro, if these guys want to donate $300 million altogether, $300 million for us, honestly, for the White House Avenue Ball, let them do so. Because let's be real, the success of their company is tied to the success of the American economy. A lot of people don't understand that for some reason.
Regulatory decisions, antitrust enforcement, tariff and export licenses. Trump says this is a great idea because it comes with zero cost to the American taxpayer, quote unquote. But history tells us that when government asks big business for favors,
that's why you get dividends.
In return, over time, it dispenses special treatment, tax breaks, and regulatory advantages to its favorites. And the taxpayers are the ones who foot that bill. The ballroom would be cheap to fund, by contrast. The current crowd of tech billionaires delight in the access they have to the Trump White House. But surely they understand that the key to America's innovation is that they were able to build their companies without any special access, without having to curry favor with the government, without having to pay for the president's personal vanities. The price of their access will be paid for by those young entrepreneurs toiling in their garages right now who lack the money and connections to join the White House.
Well, actually, I mean, if you don't know how business works, bro, those guys who are the small guys usually get picked up by the big guys, get big investments from them, and then they grow up to be, or they expand their business and they end up being one of the big guys. I mean, that's usually how it works out. It's called investing or having big investors or even angel investors. So, bro, that's how it's always been. Always been. Big fish eat little fish. That's how it's always been, bro. So I'm not really sure where he's going with this. It's like, oh, well, these big guys are going to be eating off the backs of the little guys doing their little projects in the garage. No, those big guys are going to buy the project of those little guys in the garage, and they're going to create more millionaires and billionaires through that. And that's how it's always been.
Billionaires Club. With a tax code that already heavily favors the super rich, today's plutocracy will inevitably turn into a new inherited elite, with families maintaining power and privileges for generations. This is the opposite of the American idea. For Thomas,
not really, because actually we still have something called intellectual property here. That, I mean, you guys don't care if that China abuses, but we have something called that, which protects the little guy from the bigger guys. And what makes the bigger guys actually have to buy the inventions from the little guys or buy the strategy from the littler guys when it comes to consulting firms and all that good stuff. So, yeah, I don't know what he's really talking about. Sounds like the man don't know too much about business.
Thomas Jefferson, nature's most precious lesson in setting up a society was that it should be run by what he called a natural aristocracy based on virtue and talents.
Bro, our president, like the first president of the United States, was literally the richest man in the country. Literally the richest man in the country. Of slavery, of course, but he was literally the richest man in the country. So this country has always been ran by the elites. Actually, most of our founding fathers were men of wealth, or men even born into wealth. I mean, look at the Bushes. So this has been the status quo the entire time. Actually, this has been the status quo around the world. The wealthy has always taken leadership in their country. So what are you crying about?
The best governments, he explained, choose their leaders based on this criteria. The wrong model was the artificial aristocracy based
trying to
on
get
wealth
this man's
and
argument.
birth. Provision should be made, he concluded, to prevent such a system from.
Hey, and shout out to Tove for the laughing disco for 250 jewels. Appreciate the support, Tove.
Rising in America.
And hope everything's going all right with you, sis.
Oh, well. Go to FareedZakaria.com for a link.
This man did not make a really good argument. I mean, it's full of rich people. I mean, bro, almost every administration in history, actually, yeah, every administration in history has been filled with rich people. This is not a surprise. I wish the lower class would actually hold higher office and all that good stuff, but that's not how it works out. Yeah, usually it's the guys like the blue blood guys or guys that come from wealth or established wealth are the ones that usually take leadership, and not just in America, but in countries across the world. So I'm really not sure where he was going with that, to be quite honest with you. Like just nitpicking. It didn't really make a real good argument, but all right, now let's get into the next video. Shout out to Anton Daniels. This was for black people, not migrants. Supreme Court to take up Trump ending birthright citizenship. Let's get right into it, guys.
Says it will hear an expedited appeal of President Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship by executive order. The court did not explain its decision, and the case will likely be heard next spring. For more than 100 years, courts, interpreted the Constitution to give U.S. citizenship to anyone born on American soil, regardless of the legal status of the parents. Now, that may hang in the balance. Our senior Washington correspondent, Devin Dwyer, joins me now. So this is clearly a huge deal and a lot's at stake, Devin.
A landmark case, Kira, and part of President Trump's immigration agenda, his crackdown he signed into law on the first day in office. And it's not the first time that the Supreme Court will look at this issue. You remember just about a year ago, the Supreme Court heard a case involving the president's attempt to end birthright citizenship. But at that time, the justices were squarely focused on whether individual courts around the country could block the order while the litigation continued, they ultimately said that nationwide injunctions were not okay, but judges found ways around them. That executive order remains on hold. Birthright citizenship is still the policy of the land, but now the president is back to the Supreme Court asking them to decide this issue on the merits, even though, as you mentioned there in the intro, more than 100 years of legal precedent has established and reaffirmed that the Constitution does in fact spell out that anyone born on American soil is an American. And what the justices said this afternoon is that they are now going to take it up, decide it once and for all, likely next spring, Kira, when they schedule the case, and hand a decision down before the end of June.
So does the fact that the court will take up this case indicate how it might eventually rule on the issue?
It's a great question. Sometimes it does indicate.
Remember, they're taking up the case for if illegal children born in America. So if illegal aliens, let's say there's an illegal couple comes over, they have a kid in America, is that kid an American citizen? That's a debate that they're having. Remember, the Supreme Court already decided for legal immigrants, but they never decided for the children of illegal immigrants.
That there's interest on the part of the court to overturn lower court decisions. But most legal analysts that I've talked to, Kira, say the reason the court is getting involved here is simply because of the magnitude of the issue, the attempt by President Trump repeatedly now to push this issue to the forefront. But all of the federal courts around the country that have looked at this issue in the past, 8-9 months since President Trump took office have all unanimously ruled that it is unconstitutional, it is illegal, and they've put it on hold.
This should not even be an issue. Everybody knows, all of the courts, everything. And Black people should be the biggest advocates for the Supreme Court actually ruling against birthright citizenship and actually abolishing it, because it's no longer needed. Birthright citizenship was established to give rights to descendants of slaves, people that were brought over here without any kind of choice on whether or not they were supposed to be here, and it was brought here against their will. And so now we've gotten to the point to where people were using it as leverage and as a loophole to basically fly over here into the United States of America, have children on American soil, or sneak over here illegally and become and have their children become legal citizens inside of the United States of America to take advantage of our loophole that was established at a time, and it should have been abolished a long time ago. Black people, American descendants of slaves, should be adamantly against this, because this should not be an issue that we're taking up to establish that illegal migrants and people that just come over into this country, that they should have, or their children should automatically have citizenship, which also puts us at odds, because then it's like, oh, y'all breaking up families and all of this stuff. No, we're not holding people accountable from coming over into the United States of America and taking advantage of laws that wasn't established for them. That's the real truth. Now, if anybody has a problem with that, if anybody can't see that, because again, I think that this is the greatest president of our life.
If you take it back to like birthright citizenship in the first place, it was mainly for, well, the descendants of slaves. And then it was argued it was argued again for, well, the children of legal migrants. And now it's being brought up again for the children of illegal migrants, to decide if the children of illegal migrants are American citizens. And if not, then no more anchor babies. And that's actually what needs to happen.
He's actually working on behalf of the people inside of the United States of America. Why should we allow for people to come inside of this country and have children? Don't y'all know that this has been a long-standing thing, that, for example, Asian people fly over here, hide their pregnancy, and have their children on American soil, and then have their children have dual citizenship? Don't y'all know that this is something that they're finessing us? And so I don't care where you stand on a political spectrum. Anybody that still thinks that birthright citizenship needs to be established when we're no longer having slaves brought over here without any kind of permission or whatsoever, if y'all think that we should still have this, then you are an enemy of the United States of America. I firmly stand on the idea that you are an enemy of the United States of America. And I hate with the fact that people continue to stand on liberal left or conservative right. This ain't a liberal or conservative issue, in my opinion. This is an issue with our cultural norms and people taking advantage of the United States of America And again, if you can't see that, then I think that you are 100% in the woods.
Let's go to our CNN chief Supreme Court analyst, Joan Biskupic, who is in the newsroom. What's happening, Joan?
Supreme Court just this minute, Brianna, announced it's going to take up a challenge to President Trump's order lifting birthright citizenship. You might remember on January 20th, his first day in office, he took his Sharpie pen and he said, this is a big one. And what he did was he tried to eliminate the automatic birthright citizenship that all Americans have had for more than a century. And what that does, it goes to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution that says all persons.
And that's what I'm saying. The problem is that, well, a lot of people have been using the loophole of birthright citizenship that you can just have a kid here and it's automatically an American citizen. And like I said, we've decided that for the children of legal immigrants, but never for illegals. But the thing is, though, we've let a whole lot of illegals' children become American citizens. Or, yeah, be American citizen just off the fact that, well, the parents came here and they happen to be birthed on American soil. We can no longer allow that abuse of our system anymore. And anybody who supports it, yeah, they would be considered an enemy of the United States because you're okay with the abuse of our laws and the abuse of birthright citizenship that doesn't benefit the American people one bit.
Born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. That means that anyone who's born here, Brianna, automatically becomes a U.S. citizen. And what Donald Trump's executive order tried to do was say anyone who was born of someone who was not here lawfully or who was here on some sort of temporary status, that person's baby would not automatically be a citizen. It's a very, it's probably of all the Trump actions.
And that is correct. For these anchors, and this is why I don't really fuck with mainstream media. We use it as a source, but we wind up giving our own narrative. For these people to sit here and completely acknowledge slavery or ignore slavery as a factor for why this was established in the first place is disrespectful to all Americans and all Black people that are born on American soil.
That have been taken to date, Brianna. This one is the most challenging because what it does is it flies in the face of the 14th Amendment that was adopted in 1868, and it flies in the face of an 1898 Supreme Court precedent that said, even if you were born of, in that case, it happened to be a Chinese national, even if you were born of someone who is not.
Yes, I remember. And that was for legal immigrants. Yes, it was a Chinese guy, and that guy was a legal immigrant. And they wanted to know that, all right, well, I had this kid here. Is this kid an American citizen? The Supreme Court said, yes, you came over here legally or an illegally. I mean, you're not a native born citizen, but you are a legal citizen of the United States. Therefore, your kid will be a full citizen of the United States. That's where that argument came from, for them to try to make it seem like, oh, well, we've already decided this a while ago. No, the F we didn't. We decided for legal immigrants, but not illegal, because that Asian man was here legally.
Here as a U.S. citizen, you definitely still have citizenship here in the U.S., Brianna. And the court has not set exactly what the timetable will be for hearing oral arguments, but I imagine they would be in the spring with a decision by the end of June.
Okay, so how would that play out? We would then just see the normal oral arguments. And I notice you're pointing at your ear, Joan. I think maybe you're having some.
Now
kind of
I can hear you. Now
okay, you can hear me now. All right. So how would that play out? We would just be able to hear oral arguments and really get a sense of where the justices are on this issue.
Exactly. Just as a kind of reminder of what's happened, the Supreme Court took up a kind of a mini chapter in this last spring when several lower court judges said that this was blatantly unconstitutional and issued nationwide orders. And the Supreme Court heard just a part of that dispute, saying they'd look only at lower court judges' authority to issue nationwide injunctions. They rejected that. They rejected the lower court's action, but they never got to the merits. So what we'll do is we will hear early in 2026, you'll be able to hear, everybody in our audience will be able to hear, because these arguments will be live streamed on the Supreme Court audio, and hear the Trump Trump lawyers make their case for why Donald Trump should be able to roll back this automatic citizenship that has been with us, as I say, for more than a century. And the challengers are representing people who are here on temporary status and who have had children at immigrant advocacy groups. This could potentially affect hundreds of thousands of babies born in the U.S. every year, Brianna. So
and it's going to correct the actions of those parents. All right, cool. Once they figured out that you can no longer have an anchor baby here, they're going to stop trying to bullshit with us. And all of that is going to end. Even if we got to sit there and make the savage example of, well, sorry, but you and your kid got to go. I'm sorry. Yes, you are a native of Mexico. I know you had your kid here, but hey, man, that birthright citizen abuse is done. Now you and your kid are both a citizen of Mexico. Yep, jurisdiction of. And your jurisdiction of Mexico, not America.
All for that. I wanted to affect it, and I wanted to affect it in the favor of Americans. I think it's disrespectful to Black people. I think it's disrespectful to our laws. I think that anybody that is ignoring it and is not acknowledging that at the very minimum, you are, again, an enemy of the United States.
Oh, God, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 up helps us hit the goal so we can open up the call-in line and helps keeps the show engaging. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
States of America, and you hate this country more than you actually love what's best for yourself. People that hate Trump and just go against everything that he does, they're super disrespectful to the people that are here in the United States of America and even to themselves. But I'm curious as to what y'all think. Make sure y'all tap into the page.
All right, shout out to my guy, Anton Daniels. But all right, now let's get over to here. What we can learn from Minnesota fraud. Let's get right back to the right side of media.
It's so. Joining me now is Wall Street Journal opinion columnist and Fox News contributor Kimberly Strassel. Kimberly, it's great to have you here on the show. I don't know. You've written, by the way, in the Wall Street Journal, the lesson of Minnesota's fraud. I don't know how much this is going to break. It's so scandalous, but are people really paying attention? It's getting virtually no coverage on mainstream media.
I think it is starting to get some attention. And look, you saw the governor there. He's clearly on defense. And, the best we can do is keep pointing this out. But look, Will, people are generally aware that there is a massive problem with government dysfunction. And here's what I think the lesson of Minnesota is, which is that we have long known the social and moral problems that come with an excessive safety net, the discouragement of work, dependency on government, the problems that it creates for the family structure. But what we're learning out of Minnesota is that these programs now are so large, so overlapping, so problematic, so lacking in basic that the government itself is failing in its basic duties. And we are going to have to take a very hard look and just redo this entire system and try to get it back to the perspective of this is temporary assistance for the truly needy, not this massive welfare program where people are getting entitlements and help from cradle to grave.
That's an interesting point of view. As you point out, we know the social cost of this massive welfare program and what it does to people, what it does to their soul, quite honestly. But what you're also suggesting is what we don't give enough attention to is exactly how wide open it is to abuse and to fraud and for criminal actors and terrible actors to just basically steal American taxpayer money. Right. What I'm curious about is Minnesota's unique. I mean, Waltz, Ellison, Omar, it does create for some unique circumstances in Minnesota. But how about the lessons applied on a...
And all right, hold on, guys. We got a banger alert. So I guess what happened? Pierce Morgan and Nick Fuentes. Oh, God, let's make sure we double tap the screen and make sure to send any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, because we're about to get into this, guys. We're about to get into it. Nick Fuentes versus Pierce Morgan. This should be a good one, bro. What the hell? Yo, chat, get the hell out the way. Nobody cares about that. Here we go. There we go. There we go. All right, I'm here for it. How long we got? All right, I'm here for it. Probably make this the last video of the stream.
For many people, our fan and daily. Now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. a large number of people, especially.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we can super chat in to go ahead and open up that call-in line. If we can get to about $50 in support, we can go ahead and open up that call-in line for you guys. Appreciate the support. Let's get into it.
Young men are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Fuentes done set off the right and everybody on the left. And here's the thing. I mean, the left try to use Nick Fuentes against us. And it's actually, they're doing reasonably well because the people who support Nick Fuentes, it is a bit of a division on the right. But I'm all for it, to be quite honest with you. I don't think we need to be sitting here trying to ban Nick Fuentes off of social media or tell people not to talk or platform him because, well, let's be honest. We hear everybody's ideas and it's a bit counterintuitive. Actually, it is counterintuitive because people end up looking into him even more.
Is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man.
Hey, and shout out to Truth, man. Appreciate the support. He sent a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my man.
And Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, he got a large following on X. He got a large following on Rumble, probably totaling over 1 million followers altogether, probably way over 1 million, maybe like 2. So, yeah, the kid already has a large platform. People are going to hear him regardless of you trying to censor him or not. So, it is what it is.
Welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those of you who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk as we prepared for this in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot.
Honestly, it seems like people are kind of afraid to have that confrontational interview with Nick Fuentes because let's be real, the way Fuentes like roast people after an interview, nobody wants to smoke. Everybody's seen what he did to Tucker Carlson, and everybody just like, yeah, if I'm gonna have Nick Fuentes on, it's gonna be a nice interview because I don't want this guy to go back, tear through my history, and lay it all out before the world like he did with JD Vance, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson. Bro, he even kind of went into Candace Owens' love life a little bit, going like, yo, you first met your husband and now y'all got married. What the fuck is that? I was like, I mean, damn, that's actually a really good question. What the fuck is that? So, yeah, the way Nick Fuentes has eviscerated people during his lives for coming at him in any way, shape, or form, yeah, nobody wants that smoke.
A lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press,
facts,
which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son, David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from
yeah, that's true. We can't pretend like it's not coming from a very biased source. And let's be real. Any pro-Zionist that speaks out against Nick Fuentes is automatically discredited because who does Nick Fuentes go against the hardest? The Zionists. So for any Zionist to come out and say anything about him, we're kind of looking at them like, well, of course you have something to say. Of course. You don't really have no argument for Nick Fuentes, but that, oh, he's a Nazi. So of course you're going to say something.
Vacuum or from some fixed position that's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate, we play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. Mm-hmm. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. I'm
weak. So Nick Fuentes is kind of like, in a way, like me and my background. Both my parents are immigrants. And just like she said, both his parents is either immigrants or come from an ethnic background. But hey, born in America. So He's an American. And it is funny how people try to use the fact that his parents are immigrants against him as if it's like a logical argument for him to be against immigration. Like, it's not. Like, my parents came here through immigration, and I'm against all forms of immigration. I'm against H-1B I'm against illegal. I'm against illegal. And I think that it just hurts America, even though my parents came in here through an immigration system legally, by the way. So y'all can shut y'all asses up. But all right, though, right? Let's get back to it.
Raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other, and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city, and they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. I was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years.
Okay.
In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University, and I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were they grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation.
Okay.
So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 80s.
Okay, so they've been here for a minute. It's not even like mine. It's like I'm a first generation American because both my parents are from South America. Well, Guyana specifically.
1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around in the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration. Are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you
can't even
mentioned
call it the same
but
thing.
you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah.
I
So
mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants.
I mean, yeah, that's just never a good argument. I'm telling you. So, oh well, why are you against this if your parents benefit from it, or if your parents came from that country? Because I'm of this country. I don't think a lot of people understand that. Like, just because my parents were born in another country, what, you think my loyalty is to that country? Isn't that the same thing that we get mad at the immigrants for? No, my loyalty is to this country, so I'm going to want what's best for this country, even though what's best for this country may not be so advantageous to what my parents benefited from before. And these are different times. The situation was way different when my parents came in to when I'm to here to this day to day. It's way different. We have a way different immigration problem than when my parents came in. And we can't just sit there and be like, well, you can't be against legal immigration or immigration period because your parents benefited from it. That's a retarded argument, because I'm speaking for the benefit of my people in America, of the American people, not for the benefit of my parents or for those people in Guyana.
Came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries.
I mean, yes, either a war-torn country or an economically destroyed country that we're getting these immigrants from.
Transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurant.
I mean, because it's cheap. It's cheap. That's why he was talking about Applebee's, because it's low-key cheap. Let's be real.
I said before.
And it's like a chain. Yeah, it's a restaurant chain that's cheap.
Before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast,
no, that's fine,
is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
I wonder what he's going to say, because I actually grew up in a somewhat racist environment. Like, I had uncles who absolutely hated white people. Absolutely. Literally said they'll disown me if I ever brought home a white girl. I mean, had the worst thing to say about white people. You can't trust them. They're all evil, white devils, etc. And think about it. I grew up not hating white people whatsoever. Never actually even thought about hating white people in my life. But I always respected what my uncles, did. Not really said in terms of white people, but they were great men outside of their racism for white people. And that's just how we see a lot of our uncles and our fathers. Like, we see them as great men outside of their racism. Like, let's be real.
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the
people.
story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to ambush you. As I
them.
said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick,
but
to be clear,
I think
I'm
everybody
not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story.
Oh, shit.
And so most of their clients would come in from the South side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, and the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability.
Bro, yeah, it used to be a Christian family culture that prevailed in the black community. Now it's a ghetto hood culture that we got. And I mean, we're trying to make our way back to the old culture, but this hood culture got a pretty strong grasp on the black community. And certain black people, certain people in our community don't want to let it go for some strange reason. They find empowerment in it, which is retarded.
For the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed.
Yeah, because the gang violence is too rapid. I mean, and you're like, all right, the gang violence in my city isn't as bad, but you do got to admit, when it gets to a point where you can't have no major events without a shooting happening, that's how you know it's bad. And that's to the point where Chicago's got to. In my city, it's gotten to the point where you can't go to the 4th of July and the red, white, and boom without expecting things to get, shot up. It's just the way it is. I mean, same way in a lot of inner cities in Columbus, like Cincinnati and Cleveland. You go to that red, white, and boom, expect things to go down. And people still go, regardless of the of the danger that's most likely going to happen. Yes, we still pull up. We pull up with the mindset of knowing something bad is going to happen and still sticking around. It's probably something that we need to stop doing as black people. But yeah, that's what happens. And this crazy thing is about Chicago is that this happens at a lot of events. They cannot have one single event without there being a shooting and somebody getting killed. Why? Because the gang violence has gotten so bad that it's spilled over into, the rich areas and the city areas and the public areas. And it's just not a good look.
In the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Oh, guys, let's make sure you hit that icon up top there and subscribe to the channel, guys. We do this every day. Appreciate it.
and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, you know, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago would tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before.
You got
in America.
a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
No, but you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with Black Americans. Is that true?
No. Well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay. So when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too.
Parents, Gen
X. I'm 60.
Right? You were born in what, 19? Yeah. So you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society. But you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant.
And that's one thing that Pierce Morgan is good at, reminding you about what you said, regardless of how long you said it, and pretty much drilling you down about, oh, do you mean it? Or did you mean it another way? Are you sure? Then why'd you say it? It's like, that's Pierce.
Your position about that story is that it was a joke. Okay. I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Yeah. Majority of blacks in the hood do need to be in prison for the most part.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
I'm sorry. I can only respect him doubling down and standing on 10 about that. I can only respect it. I'm sorry. It's too real. So shout out to Nick Fuentes for standing on what he said. Even if he did just hit Pierce with the...
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
Blacks need to be in prison for the... I say blacks in the hood need to be in prison for the most part, but that's just me.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
you just said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah, that's what made it sound terrible. Like, bro, if you'd added blacks in the hood, okay, or blacks who commit crime, for sure, because blacks who commit crime for some reason get let out by our own justice system. So if that's what you were speaking on, fantastic. But saying that blacks need to be in jail for the most part, yeah, that wasn't the best sentence right there.
You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny? Or?
It is kind of funny.
I think, yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned?
Well, I'm a black American and I find it kind of funny. I'll be rich. I do find it funny when he said that black should be in jail for the most part. And then when black people hear that, if you're a black guy like me who grew up in the hood or the ghetto or even the projects, which I did grow up in, you kind of reflect back to those moments and you think about most of your friends, your encounters in those moments, and you're going like, God damn it, most of those niggas should be in jail. Actually, most of those niggas are in jail. So it is kind of funny when you think about it. You got to think about life when Nick Fuentes says that. You're just like, well, damn, that's kind of true. That's why I kind of added in the hood part.
For the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what
I mean. That's absolutely true. I mean, when they try to frame the white man as my enemy, I look people dead in the eye and I look them and I tell them this. Every time they try to say the white man's your enemy, the white man's your enemy, I look them in the eye and I say this. You want to know who shot me? You want to know why I have this scar from my knee going all the way up my leg? Because a black man shot me. Tried to kill me. Shot me in my femur and shattered it. And then left me for dead there. Yeah, left me for dead to leave me to bleed out on the concrete. And you want to know who was behind me? A black woman. Looked that lady dead in her eyes and she went inside her house and left me to sit out there and bleed out on the concrete. Do you want to know who called the police and basically saved my life? Some white woman that came out of nowhere as I thought I was going to sit out on the fucking ground and bleed out. White lady comes from nowhere and calls the cops for me. Now, you want to know who nursed me back to health? A black woman. So when people sit here and try to nitpick on each side of, oh, I should hate this side or I should hate that side, I always do say, bro, each group have their good people and each group have their people that just ain't shit. And I choose not to hate no group at all because trust me, I know I've experienced it. And I also feel Nick when he says that, yeah, well, you got to understand, most of the time, the crime is going to come from your own people. So fear mongering on other people don't really make no sense when 9 times out of 10, it's going to be your own people that do it to you. And if you're living in the hood as a black person, 9 times out of 10 is going to be your own people, not the white man that's living like 20 miles away from you in the suburbs.
Happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black men who...
Tom, are you stupid? This dude said most blacks in the hood aren't getting shot by other blacks. Are you dumb? Bro, you've been in Chicago, bro. Actually, have you even been in the hood, bro? Because you're speaking as somebody who literally comes from it. And when every black kid that's ever got shot in the hood was shot by another black kid. Are you that dumb? Like, bro, go outside, because I don't think you've been outside in a while, bro. That was the dumbest shit I've ever heard somebody say in the chat. To be quite honest, you're in like the top 5 at this point.
Commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black U.S. men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistic in America.
That's not true.
I mean, actually, I think it is, Nick. To be quite honest, Nick Fuentes and the Groypers, they seem to go off the 2019 FBI statistic on blacks when it comes to committing murder. So the updated FBI statistics actually are a lot lower. So yeah, actually, as a community, we are doing better on crime, but we still victimize each other more than anything. So nah, I'm pretty sure Piers Morgan is actually right about that statistic, because Nick Fuentes and his group, they always quote the 2019 FBI statistics.
I've seen other statistics.
Which, I mean, you can honestly spin against white people as well, because it says that black people commit 55% of the murders. Well, white people commit 66% of the rapes. So, I mean, I could be a dickhead and spin that any way I want to, but I'm not, because majority of white people aren't rapists. Let's be real.
Statistics, they say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white people
problem.
commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass shootings.
What's with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood, because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud. $2 and up. Appreciate the support. Great way to support the show and boost engagement. And if you also want to send a gift, if you don't want to write anything out, that'd be appreciated as well. But also, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
Damn.
It's racial for me.
I get it. I mean, like I said, I grew up with uncles who said the same thing, that they don't want me coming home with no white girl to marry. I get it.
And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist.
Yeah.
I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to everyone's a racist.
I mean, Piers, come on now. You're kind of assuming you were trying to link his father to the reason why he has his ideology today, when he's saying that his father has nothing to do with how he thinks today. Just like my father don't have anything to do with how I think today, because he's a liberal, a hardcore liberal in Brooklyn, New York. So trust me, we don't agree with a lot of things politically, but I mean, let's be real. You can't say that he influenced the way I think today, especially you try to draw things back to him.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all.
Well, then let's leave him out of it.
Why'd you
Let's
bring
leave
him
him
up?
out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out
You know
there.
what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin.
I'm actually liking how Pierce is pushing back and Nick Fuentes once again holding ground. I'm actually impressed with both sides right now.
Color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming for sending in the 100 for 2 jewels. Well, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man.
Views, you get fired.
And remember, for every 100 jewels equal $1
from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say, you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, you know, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you accept that you shouldn't
I'll defend the anecdote.
Listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show?
Good
and
point.
You shouldn't tell.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
so
not.
It's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just
And they
did.
will.
And I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words.
With your own words. That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism.
Yeah, I mean, Pierce should have just let it go because you were trying to connect to his father's ideology to his own. And Nick is saying, you look, bro, I can't defend what my father thinks. I was just saying something on my show. And he went into the details, said my father's not racist. But he's considered himself racist, and he's trying to tell Pierce, look, I didn't get that from my father, so please don't throw my father under the bus because he is just a regular citizen out here, and he don't want to get caught up because of a story that his son told on the internet. Yes, I would feel extremely bad if I told you about my father, and you guys started razzing him about the story or pressing him on the story that I told, and then trying to also circle it around to saying that I believe it too. It would be pretty irritating.
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel
at least he owns it.
Camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point.
I mean, let's be real. Nick been saying this for a while now. A while.
The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. every single bit justified to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by
Absolutely.
Yeah, because most black people play into stereotypes. That's the effing problem. I mean, you're going to want to avoid people who just play into the worst stereotypes. Not the best ones, but the worst ones. And that's what a lot of black people do, and they're damn proud to do so. I mean, I don't know why, but yeah, they feed into the worst characteristics or the worst stereotypes, and then they get mad when people call them out on it. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. That would make me pretty racist or pretty be real with you, pretty weary of a group myself. You're telling me this group holds no accountability, all it does is have bad characteristics and a bad attitude, and if I call them out on it, I'm a racist? Yeah, I'm just gonna avoid that group altogether.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else.
Come on, dog. That's a special situation. Not every white girl that sits behind a black man is going to get stabbed in the neck. If that's, bro, come on now. That's like dragging it. And that guy had mental problems. It's not like he just had a history of racist rhetoric towards white people. Okay. So, and here's the thing. People like to say, oh, you're defending your own. No, I'm not. That man should be in jail for the rest of his life. But let's not sit here and forget the fact of the matter that this man has been clinically insane for a while now. Even his own mom said that he should stay in jail. The fact that they let this man out to go commit that crime, that's on the justice system. I mean, or that's on the court system that kept on letting them out. You can't sit there and blame the black community because, let's be real, his own mom even said that, yo, he should not be out walking on the street. There's videos of this man talking about there's materials that was planted in him by the government. And you want to put that guy on all black people? That's not fair.
And you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. To
be honest, dog, I'll be real with you. It could have been a black lady that sat in front of him, and bro, she'd probably got stabbed. If you heard the reason why he stabbed her, it wasn't because she was white, it's because he literally thought that white girl was reading his mind and calling him the N-word in his head. Like this guy was insane.
I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs.
I mean, bro, I remember during COVID, they weren't even chasing people who, honestly, they wasn't pulling people over who were speeding. And yeah, they weren't chasing people. Actually, they no longer chase you if you're driving through a neighborhood. So if you want to escape the police, just start driving recklessly through a neighborhood and they'll stop chasing you. Or they'll probably just start closing off the neighborhood until you poke out. But they won't chase you through said neighborhood. So yeah, that kind of, honestly, after George Floyd, bro, things got way worse for the black community because honestly, the police were afraid to police us and a lot of bullshit was happening, especially when it came to car crashes.
And now, whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person. and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, Black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew, and they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, "Oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you." You know,
Oh yeah, they walk up, they start talking to you. They might put an arm around you, and you know they got their little coat on, but they're not really wearing the coat. They got their arm shoved under here, and they're shoving that pistol into your side and be like, "Yeah, bro, just go ahead and hand that over. Don't make no move, don't make no nothing. I'm gonna blow your shit." And you know you give up your valuables, and they walk off into the night, and you feel completely violated and disrespected.
they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person,
how do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think Black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm just,
what proportion
I'm curious. What proportion? I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Is my mic working?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men?
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you can support the stream, I'd be much appreciated. With any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen.
At school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more Black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. And everybody understands that.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, if he's saying that there are more violent gang members than in the Black community than school shooters in the white community, he got a point. He actually does have a point. Now, if you want to say, oh, well, what are the majority of school shooters? We're going to say white. But if we're talking about the proportionality of it, well, how many school shooters are there compared to Black gang members that's committed murder or that's committed a shooting, then yeah, we would have to say there are more Black gang members that have committed violence or shootings.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60 to 65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or Black people? And that's the difference. The difference is in terms
what I'm saying
of
to you is by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of Black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high.
Good
and
point.
I would add to that, even as it concerns.
No, I mean, that's actually a good point. Yeah, if we're talking about line up 1,000 white people and you said, all right, well, how much of y'all are actually school shooters? You were probably going to be like at 1%, maybe less than that. But if we lined up 100,000 Black people and said, well, how much of you have committed a violent crime or have committed a violent crime, then probably going to be looking at maybe 3 to 5%.
Schools. Why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people, because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence.
Well, Nick, that's because gangbangers, well, I'm be honest with you, as somebody who knows a little bit about that. Now, gangbangers get in trouble for bringing their guns to school, not shooting in the school. I'll be real with you. And I know because I've seen guys get in trouble with this around me. But yes, they get in trouble for bringing a gun to school, not shooting the gun in school. They get in trouble for having shootouts that block over from the school or across the street from the school, but not inside the school. Gangbangers, trust me, they'll bring the gun to the school, but they don't shoot it inside of there. But you got best believe when they get up out of school, you will block away. It's on.
It's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population
go to school
who carry out mass shootings is actually the same. The black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the population.
Are you hearing it? No.
So I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted with
reality,
figure? You don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind.
Well, Nick Fuentes, like I say, is going on proportionality. If the proportionality of school shooters among white people were 5%, just like we could say it's 5% for the amount of black people or for the number of black people that would be gangbangers, then you'd have a great argument. But if we're using that logic here, it would be less than 1% to our 3 to 5%. That's what he's saying. He's saying that there are more gangbangers and people who've committed violent crime in the black community than there are school shooters in the white community. That's his argument.
Maybe because
no one's buying this. This
kids.
Argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the.
And I got it right here. So let's see here. The share of white people who have ever committed a mass shooting is far below the 100th of 1%. It is an extremely tiny fraction of white Americans. And the same is true for every other racial group, actually, when it comes to school shootings.
Proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportion.
We guys saying gang members don't go to school. Yes, they do. They do. They may not take it seriously, but they go to school.
And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. In Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
I'm really not. I can absolutely say yes. There is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable, and I think even
Nick,
black people.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite.
Oh, and shout out to Brandon Weaver for sending in the 100 for 2 joules. Shout out to my man Gaming for also sending in the 2 joules as well, man. Appreciate the support, guys. And you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, or just send a gift if you want to support the show. Either way, I appreciate it. And make sure to double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel, guys.
I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks.
Believe it or not, I'd rather live around black people. Believe it or not, even if I was able, I have a decent amount of money now, but you're not going to see me trying to push myself over to the white neighborhoods. I'm be honest with you. I'd rather kind of live around where other, high net worth blacks are around. And if it ever got that serious, I just moved to Atlanta or something. But yeah, I feel Nick when he says that. I'd rather be around my own black people who are good with their finances, of good stock, black men of good stock. That's where I'd rather be around. You know how they like to say, "Oh, I want to be around white people of good stock." I mean, hey, can't I say the same?
I talk about that I'm against interracial.
Well, if every black guy in that community don't have an associate's degree or higher, man, we need to banish them out of that neighborhood. Yes, we need a neighborhood full of black people with good stock. And trust me, we actually got those all across the U.S., but mainly in Georgia and Atlanta specifically.
Marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
but you're the
Chinese,
product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's
really.
say for the sake of argument, sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
for the sake of argument,
the very person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
I mean, why not?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
and Europeans.
It's not white,
though, is it? It's not white.
Well, you're apparently more of a racial purist than me. You got like
not
a
really. You just keep saying you only want to live in a white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing:
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show.
How many are black?
The honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
That's true.
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. And so how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Here's what it is.
You know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. He said, so you use the N-word. I said, yeah. He goes, well, when niggas are being niggas. I said, so true. That's so true.
Hey,
So
yo.
they feel like they're in.
Hey, no. He said it's so smooth. He said it's so smooth, bro. Man, when niggas is being niggas, bro, yeah, you gotta move, man. You gotta move. Like, he said it so smooth, like, bro, I didn't even think he was gonna say it. Like there was no build up to it or nothing. He just laid it out. Oh man, well, shout out Nick Fuentes. I didn't see that one coming because
He said, so you use the N-word. I said, yeah. He goes, well, when niggas are being niggas. I said, so true. That's so true. So they feel like they're in complete agreement with me.
What does that mean?
It means that even black people know how black people can behave. Even black people understand it. And they know that it does.
I know, that's why I made my argument. I was like, bro, yeah, I wouldn't be around other black people. I would live around other black people as long as those black people are honestly other high performance black people, other civil black people. I'd rather be around my own. Now, I mean, what's wrong with saying that? Somebody will say you sound like a segregationist. I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to be around white people. I'm just saying if there was a way I could be around mainly black people who are high performers who speak correctly and dress well, I mean, I'll be okay with that. I would be okay with living around mainly black people like that. Like you'll be okay with living around white people or people of your race that acted correctly.
Doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said,
no, but here's the thing, Nick. You can't sit there and say that that's going to be every white woman that sits behind a black man, because you're wrong. That's not going to be the case every single time. If that was the case every single time, trust me, white women would have stopped sitting in front of black men a long time ago. So this is a special situation. I'm pretty sure this young lady has sat behind black people before and nothing's happened. This one time something happened, and now you're trying to frame it as if, oh, well, all white people should just be wary of any black man behind them. Bro, come on now. That's taking it a bit too far.
I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally, far fewer.
But how many?
Fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up.
I mean, you're very big
on.
You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record.
True.
Absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offenses and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from
Okay.
experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then not
implying that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick
Okay.
Fuentes, is of
Yeah.
course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either
No
know.
disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be.
I would say this: if there was a black girl who sat in front of a white man, that white man stabbed that black girl, you wouldn't hear Nick Fuentes trying to spin it as, oh yeah, black women, watch out for these black guys. Make sure that you can't sit behind them. You can't relax. You wouldn't be making that argument, and neither would I, because I understand that not all white people are like that. So the reason, so here you are, the situation being what it is, making that argument as if, no white girl can sit behind a black person, because that's just going to happen again, and it won't. But, well, I can say this, you never know. You never know. But 9 times out of 10, it won't.
Focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. The problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism. They're victims
True.
of slavery. They've been told
there is a narcissistic personality in the black community. I mean, when you can sit there and talk about reparations while calling the white man all this evil stuff, all this nasty things, but you expect the same white man to give you guys reparations. I mean, the level of narcissism that takes is astounding. Like, bro, the narcissism level is over 9,000.
there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
So
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage,
you
on
don't
cops.
like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I mean, nobody likes black people like that. Nobody likes any race that acts like that. But for some reason, black people do think it's okay to act like that, and they're entitled to do so. Well, they feel entitled to do so.
Don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
Are you
ahead
going
of
to
me.
turn this around on
You're
me?
ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yay
I'm not
also.
saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be.
Whoa. Kanye West is not like that, actually. No. I mean, you might want to use a different example. Just because you had a bad experience with Kanye West doesn't mean that's how Kanye West is, Pierce. Kanye West is not the type to complain and harp on, oh, I'm black, so they're being racist towards me and all this good stuff. No, that's never been Kanye West.
Associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life,
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know he's nothing but polite. considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's
no, I'm about to say, Pierce, I don't think you ever met Kanye West in life. You had 2 interviews with him, and every time it was contentious. So let's be real. You don't have the best view of Kanye. Let's be real.
He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also.
Well, you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black?
I
Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I
Okay,
do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite. And by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger.
Yeah.
He rapped about his feelings and girls.
Bro, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. Kanye West was not no drill rapper, no gangster rapper. I mean, remember, we're talking about the guy who the college dropout. We're talking about one of his biggest songs was Jesus Walk. Not I kill a nigga, but Jesus Walks. Like, come on now.
And his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all. But we're talking
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here. And we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Ye said about the same subject matter.
I mean, what you mean? Ye's apologized. He said he apologized. I'm no longer anti-Semitic. I mean, and he said it on Twitter. So I'm not sure you can take that with a grain of salt, but I mean, he said he was sorry.
Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary. It's called Thank You, Dr. Fauci. And you're going to hear a lot more about it over the next few months. Award-winning filmmaker Jenna First digs into the origins of COVID-19, a possible bio-arms race with China, and claims about history.
All right. Oh no, so far the interview is pretty good. I like it. It's nice. It's contentious. It's like I like it. There's a nice little back and forth between it. It is not just Nick Fuentes saying whatever he wants without being challenged. I think everybody's starting to get tired of those interviews.
Okay.
Because here's the thing: it's not that we're hating on the man. We just want to see his ideas challenged, and then can he stand the fire? That's it.
With Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning, because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians, the theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real, it's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called The State of World Jewry? Bari Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above, or maybe on a different level, alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area.
Oh, guys, and if you can double tap that screen and like the video, guys, appreciate the support. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
At the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Bari Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition.
Hey, and shout out to my man Dennis. He ain't had too much to say. Just want to show some support. I appreciate that. And shout out to the supporters. Appreciate y'all. Let's keep it going.
Between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust.
True.
There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought,
especially the Catholics,
with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of.
Oh yeah, and shout out to my man Mr. Smarty Pants for the thumbs up for the 10 jewels. Appreciate that.
Both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Crying.
Yeah, so easy.
Bro, he was explaining historical context. Like, he was saying the history of Christian and Jews. Like, let's be real here.
peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a
antagonism.
Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends, I have Jewish friends. We're both Catholics, therefore we're Christians. Sort of doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
That's crazy. All right. That's like the second time I heard somebody say, well, besides my man Gaming, that Catholics aren't Christian. And I don't know. I think the majority of the Christian community would disagree with you. And I asked Catholics and they say they're Christian. So I think I'm going to go with the Catholics say. I think it's pretty hard to tell a Catholic that they're not Christian. They're going to look at you kind of crazy. And then for you to try to explain it to them, they're going to look at you even crazier.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow, because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
I do actually. I do because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why? Too soon?
I'm sorry. Oh no, that was funny to me. That's just the irony of it. Like, what? Too soon? Or like, too soon to make a joke about the Holocaust? Like, well, I'm not sure if it's ever necessary to make a joke about the Holocaust, but okay.
Too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
All right, that was.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy. However many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear...
No, we're going to get into this. So if you're a member, I don't think I can do this on YouTube, but or maybe we can do it on Rumble. But yeah, if you guys are a member, we're going to go through this whole Holocaust denial and where it's all came from, and we'll go over the facts of it, because this all stems from maybe 2 or 3 sources. We're going to get into that for the members.
Idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust.
Yeah, it is a bit weird to hear Nick Fuentes say this. I'm be real with you. Yeah, I've watched a couple clips of him myself, and maybe 2 long forms. And the thing is, I've heard him say that, I don't trust the numbers of the Holocaust. I've heard a lot of guys who, a lot of the Groypers who said they don't trust the numbers of the Holocaust. I've even heard them say that, how could they bake that many people? Those, the places where they were baking them actually weren't really for baking them or killing them and all that good stuff. It's all a lie, Jewish propaganda, etc. So yeah, the Groypers and Nick Fuentes went in pretty hard on this subject. For him just to sit there and be like, "Oh yeah, sure, yeah, 6 million, maybe more were killed." I mean, I'm glad that you came around that, but that's not what your base said, and that's not what you've been saying in the past. So when has this become your position?
Just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could be. It could even be higher than
that. It could be higher. That is true.
I think it's at least.
But you
accept
you're right.
It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it could be 100 times
people
more
are
than
be,
that.
Okay, the people are going to be.
Let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized, is my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by it.
reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind.
Yeah, I think in Germany, if you sit there and try to deny the Holocaust, boy, that's going to put you in a world of trouble. Here, you might get shunned out of society and all that good stuff. People can be upset with you. But in Germany, you might actually do some jail time over that.
On that, because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been... There's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way. And no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get out of jail free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
That's
Do you
taking
regret
back.
saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
Bro.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Hey, this man's standing on business, and I love it. I mean, whoa. Like, this takes you back. Like, wait, you're standing on that? Like, you're just gonna stand on Hitler's cool. You're just doing that. Well,
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
To be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny
I
Finkel.
don't know. Maybe he just loves historical figures, you know, on the most innocent part of it. He just could love historical figures. It doesn't have to be, you know, twisted into anti-Semitism, does it? Do it? Nah, that's doing too much.
Who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because he also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi, Piers. It's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one.
I mean, yes, we all know Hitler did some atrocious things that he's never going to get praise. He's never going to get praise for that. But are we going to sit here and ignore the fact that he literally brought Germany back from the brink of economic destruction, created the Autobahn and all that good stuff, pretty much made Germany a manufacturing power, probably one of the wealthiest nations in that time? Or like, we can sit there and harp on him for the atrocities that he did, but I mean, if somebody want to sit there and recognize that part of history and say that he's cool for that, I mean, I wouldn't agree, but I will say he was. Hey man, he had talent for that one. I got to give him to him on that, if anything.
That survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, yeah. Stalin and Hitler arrested my mom.
Yeah, then he's like, Hitler's not cool, but, well, the person's not cool, but the achievements, I mean, you got to give a man some respect on that one. It's like, nobody liked what Stalin did, but the way Stalin forced Russia into industrial superpower at that time, I mean, it was impressive, but it wasn't too nice the way he got it off.
And my dad, when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching.
Yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
were murdered. Yeah, we got all that. Me mom. Like I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care.
He finds it
I don't care.
I know you don't
Obviously.
care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay.
But Hitler did do some cool things, though. Like I said, he literally brought Germany back from the brink of economic destruction. So, I mean, to do that is low-key kind of cool. Now, killing 6 million Jews, of course, like, bro, what the fuck? But we can't sit there and say that he didn't do some commendable things. I'm just saying. Is it wrong to sit there and look at history and highlight some decent things that some of the most atrocious people in history have done? I'm just saying, is it wrong? No, it's not. It's called being a historian, or honestly just liking history.
That's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean, can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow
up? He murdered 12 million people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling. And it's cool. And, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom. And it's like, shut up. Like, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were...
well, shoot, let's be real. There's black people, or let's be real, there's black people whose family were enslaved by the founding fathers. In gruesome slavery, but they still respect the founding fathers for building this country, even though they might have been on the black of slavery. I mean, people still consider them pretty fucking cool, do they not? Okay, then. So, yeah, he's allowed to do that. Like I said, even pertaining to my history, we can look back at some slave masters. They did some horrible things, like enslave my family members. But they probably may have some really cool achievements outside of slavery, just like our founding fathers.
Disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers. Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it.
Pierce, he's not sitting there supporting what Hitler did to the Jews. He's pretty much saying, yo, the history and all that, I just respect it. Now, I'm in disagreement with that part, but be real with you, there's like the only part I can't agree with, I don't agree with the clothing and all that good stuff. But I can sit there and actually agree that, all right, he did do some pretty cool stuff for Germany, and he did pretty much make Germany a superpower at that time, rivaling even America. So yeah, you can give Hitler some kudos on some things.
Or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview...
Hold on. Actually, Pierce, you think the Queen is pretty fucking cool. And the Queen is actually, well, let's be real, put a lot of countries into slavery, colonized a lot of them. Let's be honest, actually pillaged them for some of their resources. Do you think the Queen's pretty fucking cool? Do you think any of those African countries would think the same way who had their resources pillaged? I mean, since we out here just throwing shade on all figures that we think are cool, all historical figures that we think are cool, do you think that the Queen of England or any of the English monarchies, you think they were pretty fucking cool considering all the suffering that they were bringing around the world? I'm pretty sure you would say they were pretty fucking cool for building one of the strongest empires in America in world history. But do you think that the African countries or the Indian people would say that? Don't you think that's pretty inconsiderate, Pierce? All right, then.
Ridiculous. You try to come across as moderate, but every now and again the mask slips, and it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that.
All right, but then, like I said, I mean, we can say the same thing about the Queen. We can say the same thing about the entire English monarchy.
From history now, we know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated this?
Pierce, you are disgusting. Why would you ever sit there and support a monarchy that's done nothing but put brown people and anybody that's not white under their boot and conquered them and pillaged all their resources and killed many of their people? Why would you ever think that that monarchy was cool? Why do you even support it now, Pierce? Like, what the fuck? Ridiculous.
It's an evil. And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at,
not that serious.
Do you want to say more about?
Well, you're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're nearly 30.
But here, that's the thing, though, dog. If I can't sit there and radicalize the entire British monarchy, or I can't sit there and radicalize the entire slavery, like all the slave masters or all the founding fathers that were slave masters, if I can't sit there and have that same grotesque, I mean, honestly, that same criticism of them and saying, oh, you're a fucking monster if you ever supported the founding fathers of the British monarchy, because look what they did to all these other families and people, then you honestly can't sit there and have that criticism of Hitler towards Nick Fuentes. Like, I'm sorry, you can't do that. He's allowed to sit there and think that, I mean, historical figures that did terrible things also did cool things as well. Like, that's fair.
To be clear, okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit
warrens. Is this an interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner?
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay. The Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been brought in America.
What about
and
the Schindler's
everywhere.
List?
Hey,
Tell me
hang on,
about
can
the
I
Schindler's
respond?
List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore. Why?
I'll give him that one. I mean, after Hitler, the word nationalism was demonized, and you being a nationalist or having a love for your country and you wanting your country to be filled with mainly your people became like a bad thing because of Hitler. So let's be real. It is pretty relevant to talk about him, since a lot of people have this hatred towards nationalism and trying to push us towards globalism. Like, I mean, let's talk about it.
We can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our entire lives, wait, no, it's true. And that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit. It's a crock. We don't want to hear any more about me mom and me dad. That's a crock of shit.
No, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit. And you know
true.
It.
It's called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff. You weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I do it for money. And by the way, how much money you make? Your company's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America. I'm banned from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a grift.
How much money
if I wanted to be a grifter, I'd be like you. And I would go and say,
how much money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three
we're
sons.
not listening to crime minorities anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views about
your 3 sons ain't American, dog. Okay.
Slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation for saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy.
All right, I'm cool. I wasn't the only person that heard that, because he said they sound like girls. I was like, damn, like, bro, like, Nick, bro, you killing this man. Like, you just said, yeah, your sons sound like girls. Ooh, my heart.
Laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth. right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at.
And shout out to my man Gaming. He says, bro, Nick is saying the truth on most of these points. Exactly. He really is. I agree with him on a lot of this. Not everything, but 80% of what this man's saying, I agree with.
This, our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white.
Dude, I say, man, look, the black community is being genocided. And guess what it's being genocided at? It's called Planned Parenthood. And guess what? I think white people are following the same pattern we are. Yeah, we have more kids genocided at Planned Parenthood than actually being born. And then we're going to sit here and bitch about the Muslim takeover. But then here we are killing our own babies. But then we'll sit here and complain about the Muslims are taking over. I mean, they don't got to. It don't got to be like that if we actually got some kids in here. So, hey, that's just what I'm thinking.
100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me,
1 point some billion,
yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide.
I mean, well, Pierce, come on now. Is that really outside the realm of possibility when the 1% controls what? Like 70% of the world's wealth? Like, is that really hard to believe, bro? When, you got like maybe a handful of people who controls majority of the world's money, like, and assets. Is that really outside the realm of possibility? That a small group can control a large amount of things? Like, come on.
Of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this
yes, really. Actually, yes, really, Pierce. Because, like, I'm be real with you. There's less than 15 million people that control billions upon trillions of dollars. So yes, it is actually pretty possible. I mean, bro, what are you saying? If anything, you want to spend more time picking out the people that do have a lot of power, that do control things, and pointing out how they're not Jewish.
You're losing. When you say
who am I losing to?
White people,
who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. You're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white?
And this is why nobody ever wants to give Nick Fuentes a contentious interview or debate, because this is what it turns into. This man cooking your ass.
Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be in Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
You're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant.
I mean, come on now. You was killing him on that one. He got to move the goalposts. He got to move somewhere else. You was hitting him too hard, Nick. You was hitting him way too hard.
To the idea of marriage, you've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore.
Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot.
Well, majority of women are fat and chubby and not that hot anymore, but they act like it and they expect to get things like they that hot chick. So I can agree to them on that one. That's just across the board. That's across the board. Black, white, Hispanic. For some reason, women thinking they can let themselves go and get the respect of a woman who keeps themselves upkept or keep it tight.
Hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much. You're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later. But
I mean, shout out to the women that keep it tight for their man. I'm talking about weight. I'm talking about weight. I ain't talking about that. So don't be a pervert.
But I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly. So they shouldn't presumably procreate. So,
bro, I'm gonna have to give it to Nick on this one. Like, dog, I say in my generation, as a 30-year-old man, at the end of the millennial generation, bro, I would say like 70 to 80% of the women in my generation are not marriage material, period, point blank. Maybe I can make it into marriage material. Maybe I can pull a miracle off, but they're just not marriage material. And that's like most of the women in my generation.
How does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
You literally just told your followers, well, hang on, in that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying.
Yeah.
So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one.
I mean, that's up to women. Like, hey, look, Nick will just putting out the grievances of most guys. Because a lot of women, let's be real, they get married, they start getting fatter, they start getting more bitchy, and by the time, and let's be real, if you're married, you're fucked. You're fucked. I'm be honest with you. Like, if you even try to get away from that, that's your ass. You might lose the kids, you might lose the house, finances. You don't want to deal with it. You just got to sit there and suffer. But for the guys who aren't married, it is a huge eye opener for us. We're just like, oh, so you tell me as time progressed, and a relationship is supposed to be about two people agreeing to grow together. That's what it's supposed to be. Actually, it's just one person growing and the other person degrading. And that's not what it's supposed to be. That only causes, well, dysfunction and unhappiness. And let's be real. It can either be the guy that's doing it or the girl that's doing it. It's to give you the guy that loses it. It can be the girl that loses it. But what a lot of guys are experiencing and telling the women is that, yo, we get married or we start dating and you start falling back, and we're supposed to tackle you guys with the same seriousness. Like, come on now.
You're actively telling them
you're
the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot.
Just
We can
quoting
complain.
Guys, you can't come into the relationship with a six-pack and the pecs, and now you come out that bitch with a gut and titties. Like, come on, man. You think your wife want to see that? Like, let's be real. All right, then. So let's be fair on both sides.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
You should see my DMs.
Yeah, I doubt that, dog. I don't know about that, Brody. Nick got the Hispanic girls going crazy, which is actually hilarious because, you know, Nick Fuentes says he'd only date white girls, but nah, the Hispanic chicks love Nick Fuentes. It's actually pretty funny.
Quite the opposite. They're called the Groy-Bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up one of the many theories about you.
It's like, is that really happening? Is that really happening, Nick? Like, bro, what you want me to do? Drop the DMs?
No idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay.
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So,
I mean,
there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old done.
Bro, I knew that was coming. I was like, maybe you should add a little bit more into there, Nick, because he's about to call you a misogynist. He says, so you just think women should stay home? I mean, no. Well, last time I checked, not really misogyny, it's conservative values. Last time I checked, I mean, a lot of women want that. They want their guy to be going out there and they just stay home and work. I know that a lot of the liberal women will sit there and bullshit you, but then you give them that life and they gonna sit there comfortably and not say a word or a peep. So, you know, these girls gonna lie to you and say that they don't want that or don't like it, but they do. They do.
That's ironic.
Now the whole voting part, I'm not too sure about, but I'm gonna be real with you. If girls were given the opportunity to go and sit at home, take care of the kids, and not really have to worry about, you know, making it in the world, they choose it.
For a young guy. Yeah. I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
Damn. Piers, really? Piers, really? So hold on now. Because I really don't understand why they kind of lay into this guy for being a virgin. I always said, could you imagine us laying into women for being virgins and trying to say, oh yeah, well that's why you're just a femcel. It's like you're lame because you ain't never got no dick before and you're a virgin. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't that what we wanted our men and women to do, to save themselves for marriage? And that's exactly what Nick Fuentes is doing. He's not abiding by this hookup culture, which is highly commendable. And you're talking about somebody who engaged in the hookup culture, and I'm not going to sit there and brag about that. If anything, I wish I kept my virginity, because once I got it, it became a major distraction. And you guys know what I'm talking about. When you first lost your virginity, let's be real, getting pussy was the biggest distraction for those last 2 years. I mean, for those first 2 years or so. So let's not pretend like losing your virginity at an early age or before marriage is a good thing, because it's not. I mean, it's cool to brag about, I guess, but overall, was it a good thing? I know Lord knows it wasn't for the girls, and let's be real, it's not for the guys either.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
you think
always
you're an expert in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
I mean, bro, is that really something to dog on him about? Because isn't he supposed to be saving himself for marriage, just like we tell our daughters? Like, bro, if I would say, Piers, if Nick Fuentes, let's say this, you're talking to a 26-year-old young lady, and you're talking to her like, you ain't never got laid, you would sound crazy, because she's supposed to be saving herself for marriage. But you would say that to a young man who's a what? We're supposed to engage in that hookup culture and go out there and sleep with whoever we want, while getting bashed for doing exactly that. Do you hear yourself? So now I'm a lame if I save myself for marriage, but then I'm a complete asshole and womanizer if I go out there and have sex before marriage. Like, pick a fucking side.
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you know, you're talking about empathy, and your kids are empathetic, and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust, and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself.
Because, bro, you're dogging on fat people, but because being a virgin is commendable, being a fat ass is not. It's easy to be a fat ass. It's not easy to be a virgin, obviously. Obviously. Man, anybody can be a fat ass. Like, let's be real. It's too easy to be a fat ass. That's why nobody respects it.
You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So
Let me play
to
another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped. But there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very
what?
angry about women.
Does he? Come on, Pierce. I think you're just inserting that. I didn't hear too much anger. Now, if this was Myron Gaines, maybe we could say that because Bogey is pretty passionate on that subject. But he kind of said it pretty nonchalantly, to be quite honest with you. He didn't really go into too much details on why they're so annoying. He didn't just like nitpick at anything. He just said, I'm gonna be real with you. Hey, man, what can I say? Women are annoying. I mean, bro, we think that about our girlfriends and wives every day. I mean, don't mean we don't love them, but they are annoying.
I'm passionate. It's an issue.
You're
I'm
not passionate. About. You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when you don't have relationships, you don't have sex, when are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about.
I mean, bro, that's the thing, because we get it. Like, we get it. Like, here's the thing. Well, obviously, I ain't no virgin. But the thing is about it is that, there's two things that an incel and a guy who's had multiple partners can agree on. I mean, women are hella narcissistic, and two, women are annoying. I mean, bro, if you chill with enough women enough, you come to that consensus that, they're great people, fun to be around, but hey, man, they can be annoying. That's just across the board. I mean, and also, come on, guys, let's be real. Let's be real now. We all have the same experience with women. Incel or a guy who has multiple partners, you still got to go out on a date, or you still got to pull up to the crib. You still got to have some type of money and all that good stuff. And we all deal with the same thing. It's just that, we deal with it differently. There is a bit of a difference between that. Like the incels, they kind of just have that effort. I'm not playing this game. And, the guys who play the game and have multiple partners, we just work our way around the game, try to figure out a way to build some cheat codes in there and find our way in it, because it is a pretty unfair game. But I mean, come on, you can't complain about it. What you gonna do? Not have no sex, not carry on your genetics? I mean, that's what I'm saying. You can't sit there and complain about it too long, because you have to play in the game. That is, relationship and marriage.
Guys in the middle.
I'm sorry.
Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing, you're a misogynistic pig, because I don't know what that is. I guess.
Well, come on, let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is...
I mean, bro, trust me, dog. I've been with a decent amount of women, and actually, I've even taken a good amount of women seriously. And they sometimes let go of themselves. Probably the reason why I'm not with them today, most likely. Actually, one of them is the main reason why, because they let themselves get fat. They let themselves low-key let themselves go. They start developing a bad attitude, and it just wasn't worth it. And that's coming from a guy who's not a virgin. So to sit there and kind of say that he's an incel just for saying the truth about how women are, that's effed up, dog, because a guy with 0 bodies and a guy with 50 bodies will tell you the same thing.
So incredibly,
if they're dealing with women,
tiny, but actually you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And
that's what I'm saying. It's kind of just like you're using the fact that he's a virgin against him when that's what we want our, a young man to be in, unless he's married. So like I said, is a good thing or is a bad thing? Do you want men to go out there and be real with you and have their fun and have multiple partners? Or do you want us to wait till marriage? Because y'all got to pick one. You can't make fun of us for following the straight and narrow and then condemn us for when we want to have some fun or we want to go there and live the player's life. Like, y'all got to pick one here. You just can't condemn it whenever you feel like it. Like, because I want to go out there and sleep with a lot of women. Oh, I'm a bad guy. You're a misogynist. You hate women. You can't commit. But if I want to sit there and wait till marriage, oh, you're an incel. You must not be good with women. But I just want to wait for marriage. Like, what the hell wrong with that? I thought that's what y'all wanted us to do.
I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No, see, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you were a racist.
Mean nothing to me. Oh, hang
you
on.
gave
Whoa,
yourself.
Can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I didn't give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to infer screaming at something that didn't happen. You said I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said I'm a racist. You gave yourself the label.
You're gonna have to tone it down a little. All right, you're gonna have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview. Okay, please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist.
I know. And then you took it from, because you're a virgin. And I was just like, Pierce, come on now, dog. Is that really how you want to take that? You sure you want to sit here and demonize a guy for being a virgin? Because if that's the case, then F it. You're giving a pretty bad example to the young men of the world. And you're just saying, oh no, all right, bro, like go ahead and have sex with multiple women because we're just gonna make fun of you for being an incel. So why save yourself for marriage? Don't do that. Bro, go have sex with multiple women and fuck what the girl's talking about. Because we're just gonna make fun of you for doing things the right way. That's a really bad example you're setting now, Pierce.
Okay, you denied the Holocaust, and I'm not about the labels, man. You didn't deny the Holocaust. Past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview.
Okay.
Right? You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist. And you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you said you're not.
Bro, you called Andrew Tate a misogynist, and he sleeps with hella women. You call this man a misogynist. He sleeps with no women. So I'm just like, bro, where's the in between at, bro?
Okay, so we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole.
I'm not saying
like a weird.
I'm not saying you have to care, Nick. You don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about.
I mean, come on, Pierce. You don't shout at people. You just subtly call them names. Like, subtly, though. You don't ever yell it. So, I mean, you got to respect it somewhat. At least he ain't yelling at you. He's like, you're a misogynist. You're a racist. You're just a woman hater. It's like, no, not really too much malice. Just telling you, you know, stuff that he might be wrong or you just don't want to hear.
Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others.
Wait. I mean, brother, I'm not sure where in this conversation did you get to where black guys stop. They would never see us as they would never see you as an equal. Yeah, I don't care how they see me. It's all about how I see myself. You might want to learn, I don't know, some self-respect. I don't know why you care about how other people see you, dog. It's about how you see yourself. I mean, I'm not sure what's so hard to understand about that. But they'll never see you as one of them, Set. I was never trying to be one of them. I'm just trying to be myself.
To brokers who steal your information online. The solution is very simple. Use ExpressVPN to shut them down. Top tier encryption keeps your
all right
VPN. All the
Come on, Pierce. Let's get right back over to
the Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. Wow. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about.
I'm giving Trump grace on the numbers, because you seeing that almost every district court is trying to stop this man's immigration agenda is kind of why we're only at 600,000 people deported so far, maybe a bit more. But from what I've heard so far, we're only at 600,000. Let's be real. The Dems have been trying to stop Trump on his immigration agenda at every turn, every single time through the district court. So come on, Nick, be fair.
What they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was the love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God,
including women.
Yes.
So you give women equal rights, then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay. So you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
No. Why are you like?
I'm crying. He said, "Come on now, Pierce is like." I mean, let's be honest. At least we're willing to get him to say that he doesn't want to. I don't know. He don't think that all white people are better than black people, but he don't think that women should have equal rights or be able to vote. I mean, let's be real. Some of us were saying that at the beginning of the election. Shoot, I remember Candace Owens caught fire for saying that her damn self by saying that I don't think women should vote. And when Candace said it, I was just like, look, man, now that another woman done co-signed it, I don't feel that sexist anymore. I'm still somewhat of a sexist, but let's be real. When you got women going like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't vote. Maybe we should listen to it a little bit. I'm just playing. No. Well, let's let women still vote, but I mean, there's some arguments to be made.
Bad about this. No,
you want women to be treated equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women and men are different.
Look,
do you believe there are two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to...
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think the Catholic Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of vote?
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
I think they do, yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
You sound too confident.
I think so, yeah,
no,
but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
Oh, it should be.
It should be. So if you were Pope, that's what you do. You could be Pope because you're celibate.
That's true. And I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look, I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men and they can't teach men. And that's why there's no female priests.
There's a lot of things in the Bible.
Catholic...
I mean, do you take every word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of it.
Is now
all of it is sacrosanct.
Theological.
I remember somebody explained that to like evolutionary wise to me. Like, well, men aren't going to listen to women because women are weaker creatures than us. So why would you listen to a weaker creature? It's like literally a lion listening to a gazelle on how to hunt. It's like, are you serious? But I mean, let's be real now. We're not in the forest no more. We're not in the Sahara. So, you know, getting some type of intellectual advice from women isn't bad. But I do see where guys have that chauvinistic view of it. If a woman can't tell me a damn thing, because I somewhat have it. Unless that woman is in that profession, I really ain't listening too much, to be quite honest. Or just unless I just like you as a female.
It is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic position.
I am a Catholic. Many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary because the whole basis of being Catholic is accepting. It's accepting the authority of the pontiff.
You can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
You could be, well, yeah. I mean, you could say
unless you're an
extremist, but it wouldn't be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't. Okay. Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's
deviate if you're an extremist. But even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's been amended 27 times.
Goodness.
Yeah.
This is not rigorous intellectually. This is very
just a statement of fact.
Theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We're talking about Trump and somehow we got into Trump. You're white knighting for women's rights.
On Trump. Well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march. Are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy.
This man is
I'd have no problem giving a female friend a tampon, would you? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You think tampons are gross?
Well, they
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're filled
Really?
with period blood. Yeah, it's kind
Yeah.
of gross.
Wow. Have
Are you
seen-
into that? You like that? You,
have you ever
got
seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen.
I mean, Pierce, bro, you're trying too hard. You're trying too hard right now, dog. I mean, yes, tampons are gross, bro. I mean, I don't even think women consider tampons as a cool thing. It's a necessity, dog. Like, what are you trying to say?
Seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've
Oh, you
seen them
have?
before.
You've been that
Pierce,
close
stop
to
trying so hard.
No, I've seen them. Look, I
Oh, you've seen
I
videos?
used to live with
I
women,
bet
so
you've
I've seen them around the
I
house.
bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
I mean,
What?
bro, did
What
have
are
a
we
mom.
doing here, Piers?
I'm not
you
sure.
really hate that.
I'm not sure,
You're
Nick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant self-admitted racism than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson in which he was oddly, I like Tucker. We get on well. I was with him last week in London, but he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, I don't trust him. And I don't care, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is, not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was...
Let's be fair, though, because it would have been great if Tucker Carlson would have said all that stuff that he was saying on Sean Ryan's podcast to Nick Fuentes to his face. So it goes both ways.
Sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism. And, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides. I think there's this intense desire to be friends.
And all right, guys, I do have to head out on this one. It's almost over, but maybe I'll come back to play maybe later on tonight. But all right, guys, I'm headed out on this one, guys. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. And make sure you guys subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Like I said, we got about 300,000 of you guys that watch all the time, but have not subscribed yet. So go ahead and end the cycle today and subscribe to the channel, man. Appreciate that. But all right, guys, I'm going to leave you guys out with some funny clips. Appreciate the support, guys. I will catch you on the next one. Peace.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
Mr. President, when do you think they'll hold general elections in Iraq?
Damn, I knew I shouldn't have called on this nigga. I shouldn't have called on you because you're always trying to distract motherfuckers with things like the war and skirt all the real issues. All right? But if I can be real about it, be real, son. Real? Be real, son.
Tried to kill my father, man.
What?
You play that.
Say word, he tried to kill your father, son. That nigga tried to kill my father! This nigga very possibly has weapons of mass destruction. I can't sleep on that. Not on my watch. That's not how I roll. That is serious. Now, if you don't want to take my word for it, why don't you ask Tony Blair? He got a whole nother set of intelligence. What's up, Tony?
We don't know much about the South. And we can't trust random niggas with things like that.
This one makes you want to throw.
If your balls are big enough to challenge me, then bring it on, ping pong.
If you insist, ancient Shaolin style, first form, 10,000 pounds. You lack discipline.
You son of a... You'll pay for messing up my perfect 10.